righty. Sit back down. Need to get myself a studio kobold. Those are all the rage, and I need one, so I'm not running back and down. Sounds like I have audio, which is good. All right, welcome everybody. Sorry about the delayed start. We are playing a new game. Two of us are playing it for the first time. This is a game called One of Us Will Die. It is a game created by the person running the game tonight. And it recently successfully funded and hit, I think, almost all of its stretch goals. So it funded big, and it's a game that when I found it on Kickstarter, I wish I had found it sooner. But it's a game I've been looking forward to playing, and I'm super excited that the game creator Titus here is willing to run it for us. We're going to play with it tonight and show you how the game goes and what it plays like. I would like to give the mic to Titus for a few minutes to talk about the game and explain what the game is and how it was created and all of that. And then we're going to jump right into the scenario we have created as a collaborative world creating process off screen while we were making characters. So, floor is yours, Titus. Tell us about the game.
Thanks, Joe. Hi, my name is Titus. I am the creator of One of Us Will Die. One of Us Will Die is a social deduction tabletop role playing game where you go on adventures, sometimes most of the time as one shots, because people usually enjoy one shots these days. There is a campaign mode, however. So you go on adventures, and only one character, sorry, not character, only one player in the party is aware that their character is fated to die at the end of the adventure, and it's everyone else's job to figure out what it is. So, One of Us Will Die is first and foremost a narrative game. Um, it's less about overcoming challenges or defeating the bad guy or uh, becoming the strongest character, and more about telling the most dramatic story that you can. There's a lot of there's a lot of theater in it. There's a lot of I noticed that a lot of people who enjoy the game are people who enjoy improv, people who consume and participate in uh theater or thespian activities. um one of the big things about the game is one of the big things about the game is that it's deliberately not balanced. I was explaining this to them a while ago. One really good example is that it uses archetypes instead of character classes. The archetype is your character's arc. It's the kind of story you want to tell with that kind of character. And they are actually not balanced in power levels. There are some characters who are deliberately more powerful than other characters because that's just part of the story. For example, you're going to see Joe play a magician archetype, and the magician is usually the most powerful character in the party. That it's kind of how they're defined. It's like Doctor Strange moving around with a bunch of human or lesser sorcerer companions. And in One of Us Will Die, that's okay. It doesn't make the game feel unbalanced. It doesn't make it feel like, oh, it's unfair. He gets to do more than me because um, it's kind of it. If you do watch a Marvel movie or a comic book, Doctor Strange is not the most important character. The other characters are just as well written. The other characters have stories that are just as interesting as his, and they don't have to be as powerful. So, yeah, one of the things about One of Us Will Die is that it is the opposite of a power fantasy game. It's one of those games where you learn to embrace the helplessness that your characters eventually feel, and no matter how capable or powerful your character is, there is, in this case, a 1 in 3 chance that your character is going to die at the end. And it's really just about making that session count for your character. You owe it to your character to give them one last hurrah before they may or may not die. And I've found that players tend to play really well when they know it's their character's last adventure, or when they feel like it's going to be their character's last adventure. And it's given us so many different stories. So yeah, we funded on Kickstarter in under 3 hours apparently, and the game is now out for pre-order. No more pledging. This is pre-order, so you get to pre-order. um we should put the link on this stream
If
at some point.
you send it to me in Discord, I will drop it in chat.
I will send you the link on Discord. But yes, please pre-order the game. If you like what you see here, you can also join the One of Us Will Die Discord, where we run many of our games. And I am just so excited to share this with all of you. And uh, hopefully, everybody enjoys this very tragic story that we are all about to tell. But yeah, that's pretty much the game.
Okay. All right. So the setup for tonight's game, uh, generally speaking, because I'm assuming Titus is going to weave this all together for us, but we have each made we've each made characters based on one of those archetypes that Titus was talking about, where they all have their own objectives, milestones, and place in a story. And we have collaboratively, through answering a series of questions sort of as a group and alternating who's picking the details, uh, collaboratively created the world that we're in. So it's unique, which also, as an outside person who wasn't part of the game developing, that is an astounding feature and an amazing feature for replayability, creativity, and just making your own stories. And that's something that I absolutely love about the way what I've seen so far about how this game comes together. We'll share that. And so, what do we want to do for setup and sharing our our tragic, collaboratively created world with the crowd?
All right, so first, let's narrate the story that you guys have all put together, and then let's introduce the characters. Hold on, I'm going to play some music and just tune into my uh, just tune into my yeah, just tune into my screen share as yeah. Can you guys all hear it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, nice. Hold on. My laptop is just getting a little bit fuzzy.
It is still loading on my end, but also a quick thing. It does appear like our cameras are a bit broken on the stream itself.
Oh,
Oh, yes, it does. I wonder what happened there.
I believe it is because we have to start watching the stream or something. It does mean we've moved
Just
around, I think.
what it did was it added the
It
yeah
shuffled everything over one.
Yep.
with
okay.
what it added an icon for the screen share.
It
In that
appears I
case,
am now the GM.
Well, just your legs.
My legs. They'll
You're
do all the talking.
only half in.
The
Um,
stream isn't starting. That's a bit concerning.
yeah, I tried to launch it too, and I heard just a moment or two, and then it wouldn't do the thing.
Hmm.
Is it
All right.
because we minimized it or something? Sometimes
No,
that happens.
no. I can go adjust the way it's grabbing the cameras. It'll take me a couple of minutes. Um, but that means the screen share that you're doing needs to stay. So I don't know how you want to do that. We can either close the screen share or I can adjust for it, but it's going to have to stay. I just didn't have everything cropped for that, which I guess I should have done during setup. So what do we think?
Um,
You still there, Titus?
I think he
Oh.
froze.
Yeah, it looks like he's frozen.
Uh-oh. This might be a laptop issue.
Maybe. I'm hoping the laptop didn't die, but
Oh, it
Huh.
appears he's
comically
Was
that
it really
almost
that
fixed
bad?
the cameras. We're back where we belong. Okay, so one of the complications with remote gaming rather than in-person gaming is we do have technology between each of us. And like with anything in life, the more complicated you make things, the more can go wrong. So sorry, folks, give us just a minute or two here. We'll see if Titus comes back. And looks like it was just his Discord crashed. So reconnect. Then we'll need to decide if I can step off camera and move things. You know, it'll take me 5 minutes or so. It's no big deal while we go over the story. But that just means we'll need to leave the audio going. But audio adds a lot to the game. It's just tricky to add when we're not in the same room. Or when I'm not DJing. If I were DJing and I had access to the sound feed here, then I could control that and bring it in. All right. But yeah, steampunk world going electric.
Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Definitely gonna be a ton of fun. Not really for the people living in the world.
Well, it's kind of funny because steampunk is sort of that alternate history. You know, it's that fantasy of
Yes.
what could have been with weird, different technology. So this sort of feels like the breaking point in the history line. This is where the alternate line broke off. Like, did steampunk endure, or did electricity and electric power take over?
And
So that's
in
fun.
this world, it did.
Although it's funny how much of the world still runs on Steam. I mean,
It is a
technically,
reliable source of energy.
Steam is how a nuclear reactor functions and makes power, which is funny.
I do recall that. I also haven't been in school in forever, so I've completely forgotten that.
Yeah, they use those radioactive materials. Basically, when you boil it all down, pun intended, just to make steam to turn a turbine. The turning of the turbine is the key to the power. It's how hydroelectric works. It's how wind works. But yeah, nuclear power is just generating steam with radioactive materials to turn a turbine.
You know what else steam is great for? Vegetables.
Yes.
This is true. I do enjoy a good steamed broccoli.
You know, it's terrible for is my hair.
Ah,
Oh,
Humidity
I
feel,
understand.
doesn't do a
felt.
lot for
As a wavy haired girl myself, humidity is my biggest enemy.
me. Wife is the
Nothing but
same.
frizz.
Yep. Like, poof. Oh, it's humid here.
When you live in
Titus
Southeast Asia,
is.
humidity is all you know.
Yeah. I grew up on the coast states, and I'm now inland more, and it's we're still humid. It's not a desert, but it's not humid like when I grew up. And now my hair is just it's flat.
Yeah. Honestly, I take a flat any other day. Just walking outside after having just freshly styled my hair and it almost immediately starts frizzing up on me. Not fun. Not very fun.
Oh, oh, Titus is back, and I am not watching the channels correctly. Ta-da! Let's see if that works. Looks like it did.
Hi, sorry.
That's okay. Technology happens.
Technology
Looks like.
happens. That should be on a t-shirt.
So we're all back where we should be. Yeah. So the decision is you can connect your music channel, and I will step away and move where the cameras are grabbing. It'll take me a couple. That's not a big deal. If
Okay,
we
okay.
do that, though, it's got to stay. So it's either got to stay on or stay off. Okay. All right. So I will let you start now that we are back, and I will step away. I will still be listening, but I will adjust the cameras for the stream.
Let me just bring back my non-copyrighted music.
Yes, please. I don't want to get in trouble. It's going to look a little weird for everybody on stream. Sorry, but we're going to make it as quick. But that also means, for anybody curious, this is what we have to do to bring in Discord feeds. Uh-oh. Did Titus freeze up again?
Oh dear.
It certainly looks like it.
Oh,
Oh, there he is. Now he's jumping. He's munching. He's all right. Okay.
The low frame rate munching of food is hilarious to me.
Would it be helpful for you, Titus, if if somebody else streamed the music so that it maybe doesn't eat as many resources for your computer? And you could just tell
Yes,
us,
because
hit
I
play.
believe the stream has failed to start once again. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think he crashed.
Up can handle it.
Okay. There he is.
There you are.
Yeah. So apparently it's the streaming that's making everything crash. So I'm just going to send. Who wants to do it? Who wants to stream the music?
I'll do it. I've got YouTube
Okay.
Premium.
All right. I will now link to. I'll now link to our collective chat.
Okay. All right. And then
Yay! I think we're good. I think that's fine.
Okay. Think we're sort of back to looking normal.
I think we are.
So go ahead. Boop.
Okay. Cassie, could you please play the music?
there we go.
There we go.
All right, guys.
I can do that.
So I wanted to start with describing the story that you guys all came up with. Let me just get my notes. Right. So when I asked you to answer the world building questions, which are something at the beginning of every one of us will die scenario, when I asked for a setting, you gave me steampunk. When I asked for a villain, you gave me a villain called the Most Noble Thaddeus Billington, Grand Panjandrum of Steam and Cog. When I asked you to give me what the villain's plan was, you gave me that steam power was absolutely ruined and replaced with electricity, which at this point in history, in the setting at least, relies heavily and completely on the burning of fossil fuels and the destruction of the environment. You also asked me for a fourth member of your party. I also asked you for a fourth member of your party, somebody who set out with your group to fight Thaddeus, and you gave me this character of Rhyme King, a steampunk genius who could who basically was already inventing things at the age of 3. So this guy, he was your guy. He's leading you on your journey to eventually defeat Thaddeus and restore order to this wonderful steampunk utopia that you've generated for yourselves. However, we are playing After the Fall, and that is not the story that we are telling right now. We are telling the story of what happened after that. Your party set off with Rhyme to defeat Thaddeus, and you failed. The society collapsed. Thaddeus is in charge of everything. And now the 4 of you are struggling to survive in a world that is destroyed, in a world and a society that you failed to protect, in a world that no longer has your friend Rhyme. Rhyme was killed in the final battle against Thaddeus Billington. That is the setting you guys generated, and that is where we will begin. Before we get there, I'd like everyone to introduce their characters first. I always go with the most experienced first. So, Mume, can you please introduce your character to the audience?
Okay. Hi, I'm Mume. You may call me May, but I think tonight everyone will be calling me Mira Quinn. Mira Quinn was the gunslinger of the group, rowdy, loud, boisterous, and now she is a shell of a person. Her platonic soulmate, Rhyme came, fell from the ship, and so did her cares for the world and the people living within it. She is now only found in odd taverns here and there, drinking her days away. And yeah, that's Mira Quinn.
Okay, thank you, Mume. So we've just been introduced to Mira. Uh, Cassie or Joe, who would like to go first?
You're muted, Joe.
And I knew that. I can go. I am
All right.
playing Ryland Sinclair, who is a master of the old ways of Steam and Cog. Was one of the folks that was incredibly powerful with the old technology and old powers, able to do feats of things that were simply on the verge of magic with the old ways. But the world has changed, left Ryland behind with all of this new electrical stuff. The old ways are freshly destroyed and not forgotten, but the world has moved on and essentially leaves Sinclair sort of holding a forgotten power that, despite the wonderful things he can do with it, feels sort of ancient and dated, no matter how extravagant or amazing they are.
Okay, you understood the assignment. I'm really happy with that character. Okay, so
Good.
let's have Aaron. Let's introduce Aaron to the group.
So, Aaron was born into nobility and is the protege of Rhyme. She's trying to figure out the best word to say this. She's always been treated with this soft hand and is very she's very detached from the world around her as a result of that. Like, there's very simple things that she's just not capable of doing because she just would not understand the assignment. But on the other hand, she's so good with mathematical equations and building devices that Rhyme took her in as like a student under their wing from the time that she was very little. And she came along on this adventure with the group because it was a chance for her to see the world, which is something she always wanted. But she doesn't really think that the party really knows that she's a princess, but she makes no means to hide it.
All right. That makes sense. So it's the three of you. Now that you're here, and now that you know who your characters are, I will now explain the social deduction aspect of the game. So if you will look at the owlbear, if you look at the owlbear screen, if you look at the little page on top of the game screen, you'll notice there's this there's a bit of a cheat sheet that explains the role mechanics of the game. And I'm basically just going to explain them to all of you here. So this is how it works. One of Us Will Die is a social deduction game. One of your characters is marked for death. So the central role is called the mark. You are slated to die. Your goal is to embrace your fate and narrate your death successfully. Give your character a satisfying send-off. There are, however, as the mark, you need to be subtle. You need to be subtle that you're the mark. You need to make sure that you don't get caught. Why? Because there's a 50-50% chance that there is a traitor in the game. The traitor's goal is to identify the mark, and if they are correct in their guess, they get to narrate the mark's death in their hands. Now, note, the traitor is not necessarily evil. You are going to have to find your own creative way. You're going to have to find a reason for your character to cause the death of the mark. It isn't always they're on the side of the villain the entire time. It isn't always they turn evil or something like that. People have come up with very interesting ways for the traitor to work. Sometimes it's an accident, sometimes it's because of a setback, sometimes it's a choice because they have to choose between saving the mark and saving another character, and then they choose to let the mark die. It's really up to you how you want to play the traitor, if there is a traitor in this game. All right, next we have the adventurer. The adventurer is also on the lookout for who the mark is, but instead of causing the death of the mark, the adventurer gets to replace the mark. In other words, you get to steal the mark's thunder. Now, here's the question. Why would you want to narrate that death scene as the traitor, the mark, or the adventurer? That seems very unpleasant. Why are we playing a game that's leading to such unpleasantness? With the death scene, the narrator of that death scene, or the person who is successfully able to fulfill their role, can make anything happen. At any point, you could take, if you're fighting a dragon, you could use your death scene to take the dragon down with you. You could use your death scene to make something amazing happen. Like your character dies, but they're able to accomplish this impossible task that otherwise would not have been otherwise wouldn't have been feasible. That is where you get to do all this crazy narration. And after the story is over, after we're done with our little adventure, you get to narrate the epilogue. And you have just absolute control over what happens at the end, what happens at the end of all of this. So it really depends on who gets there. So how do we fulfill our role? How do we get to that point? How does the mark get to the point where they narrate their death? How does the adventurer and the traitor get to the point where they guess the mark? So we need to hit something called milestones, story milestones. So you'll need to hit milestones for your role. If you'll notice, when you look at your sheets, you have adventurer milestones, you've got mark milestones, and you've got traitor milestones. So if you're the mark, the most important milestones to you will be the mark milestones. If you're the traitor, you'll be looking at your traitor milestones. And if you're the adventurer, you'll be hitting adventurer milestone. So the adventurer and the traitor need to hit 3 of their milestones in order to make their guess. And they can only make their guess in Act 3. The mark has to hit 4 mark milestones, not 3. And the reason why it's 4 is because the mark does not have to guess. The moment the mark is able to activate successfully, they just go straight on to narrating their death. So it's a little bit more difficult to activate as the mark than it is as the adventurer or the traitor. So
Makes sense.
the way that this works is role activation can only happen in the 3rd act. Any point during the 3rd act, the moment the 3rd act starts, it's a race to activation. The first one to activate their role and succeed will be the one who gets that blaze of glory, that death scene, that dramatic moment that they have full narrative control over. So it'll be a competition between the 3 of you to get there. However, a note on activating. If somebody activates their role, and to activate your role, you only need to say, "I activate my role." That's a phrase that's been kind of iconic in our community now. Whenever someone says it, now at tabletop events, when somebody says, "I activate my role," like all the other tables kind of converge. Oh, the one of us will die table is activating, and they all huddle around the table because everyone wants to know who's gonna die. So the moment somebody says that, anyone else in the table, if you have the minimum number of milestones required to activate, you can also activate. And if more than one person activates at the same time, we go into a roll-off. And when you roll off, you will be rolling dice equal to the number of milestones that you've hit, and the one with the highest total gets to activate. So it's the total pips on your die
Okay.
will determine whether or not you win. So the more milestones you have at the time that you activate, the more likely that activation is going to be successful.
And you can't hit those milestones until Act 3. Correct?
Oh, that's where I'm going to. This is the rule on hitting milestones. This is what you're looking for. There are caps on milestones. In the first act, you can only hit one milestone for each roll. You can only hit one milestone for your roll. In Act 2, you can hit up to 2 milestones for your roll. So it can be the one you hit before and a new one, or if you haven't hit any in the first act, you can now hit 2. At some point during the middle of the second act, the cap will be removed, and you can now hit as many milestones as you want. But remember, once the cap is removed, we are almost at endgame. It becomes a race. It becomes a frantic race to hit your story milestones. And in Act 3, once Act 3 starts, that's when you can activate. Right, another note. Now, all milestones only need to be hit by people whose role it is to hit those milestones, with one exception. Adventurer milestones. Everybody wants to hit adventurer milestones, even the Mark and the Trader. Why? Number one, because if you don't hit any adventurer milestones, you're sus. Everyone already knows you're one of the secret roles. Number two, hitting adventurer milestones grants you destiny points. Every time you hit an adventurer milestone, you hit something called you gain something called a destiny point. And destiny points are basically something that each player can use to. You can add a die to a roll before you roll the dice. You can insert story details that otherwise wouldn't be there. You can insert your character into a scene even if your character wasn't there to begin with. Like, you start overhearing a conversation between two characters, and whatever it is your character sheet allows. There are some characters that use destiny points for certain things. I don't know if it's any of your characters, but yeah. So destiny points are narrative currency. So if you'll notice, if you look at the top and the bottom, everything I just said is just written down for you in case you forget, so that you don't have to be like, GM, if I'm the Mark, do I need to, you don't need to do that anymore. Another note on milestones: you must announce adventurer milestones. If you hit an adventurer milestone and get a destiny point, you must announce it, because that's what informs me how to move the plot forward, or how fast the plot is moving forward. So, if you're the Mark, if you're the Mark or the Trader, if it's Act 1, you can only hit one adventure milestone and one milestone for your role. So in Act 1, you'll be hitting an adventure milestone, and you'll be sneakily hitting a Mark milestone. Hopefully nobody sees it. And yeah, that's pretty much the social deduction aspect of the game. Does anybody have any questions?
With the roll off based on the milestones you hit, if we get into that situation, does that include adventurer milestones that are banked or just your actual roll if you have one of the other rolls?
No, only your roll. So if you're
Okay.
the mark, you only roll the mark milestones. Yes, you will have adventurer milestones banked because that's part of the game, but
Mhm.
only the mark milestones count for the roll off.
That's why I was asking. Perfect.
Okay, okay. Thanks for asking. Does anybody else have any questions?
I got none.
All right, if you've got none, I'd like everyone to roll a d20. I am now going to determine who among you gets to be which role.
Oh,
Oh, not 20.
Okay.
they never come up when I when I need them.
They never come up when you need them, but well, maybe you did need this one. You never know.
Maybe.
All right. I'm going to DM you. I'm going to DM all of you your roles. Please keep the reaction to a minimum, or actually, you know what? Screw it. No, just react. Just react. Like, even if there's a reaction, it could be a bluff. You could
Oh
be
my
messing
god,
with people.
I can't believe Titus just told me that I'm Titus now.
You're Titus now?
Yeah, I'm switching places apparently. Wow.
I'm just happy. I just now discovered I can change the dice.
Oh yeah, you can change the dice color.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to mention there is another use for a destiny point. If your character is dead, you may spend one destiny point to become the GM for the rest of the scene.
Oh, interesting. So you can narrate how a scene closes out. Within limits, obviously. Murdering anybody or
Yeah, of course.
Keeping the story
rules
moving.
game for
Okay.
anybody. I think
Okay.
the way this game works is everyone here is really just consenting to collaboratively tell this story.
Yeah.
Right?
Very cool. I'm excited.
All right, now you have your secret roles, and now begins the adventure. Now, I always ask, speak now, forever hold your peace before the adventure starts. Is there anything anybody wants to ask before we embark?
I don't think so. I think I'm good. I'm just excited to try this.
Okay.
I
So
really
feel free to
enjoy
ask-
social action games.
Nice. You're gonna enjoy this. So feel free to ask during the game. If you feel like it's something you don't want the other players to know, feel free to just DM me the question. I think that's one of the advantages to online games. You can have secret messages and stuff.
I do have a
So,
question. I'm
oh,
assuming
sure.
that the milestones, so like we have the three different brackets: adventurer, trader, mark, as you were explaining. Are all the milestones different from archetype to archetype, or are they kind of
Yes.
vaguely the same?
No, they're completely different. Feel free to look at each other's milestones as well. The character sheets are just on the table for you to look at. And there's one thing I'd like to warn everyone. Just because somebody is hitting mark milestones doesn't mean they're the mark. They could be throwing you off. They could be trying to convince you that they're the mark so that when you activate as the adventurer, they guess you guess them instead and you waste your guess. So you need to be able to tell who's bluffing and who actually is the mark.
Oh, Titus, but why would we ever want to lie to each other?
Why would you want to lie to each other? It's
Why would
a social
we?
deduction game. Social deduction game. All right. That said, are you guys ready for Act 1?
Looking forward to it. Except
All right. Act 1 begins. From this point forward, you may now hit milestones.
All right.
It has been several years since the fall of the old world, since the old steamships and the old steam cities were all torn down. Statues of heroes, scientists, people who were part of this great steampunk society have all been erased from society. And it just got to a point where many people forgot. You don't even know how many years it's been since the fall. Now, every year, well, no, not every year. This year, the three of you have gathered together to visit a grave. A grave of your old party mate, Rhyme. Rhyme is buried in a town called Stillbright, which is ironic because there are no bright spots in this terrible world. The streets are powered by electric lampposts. And the worst thing about this new world is during the days of Steam, the old days, everyone could just dabble in it. Water is just water and fire. Water and fire was accessible to everybody, so everybody could dabble in it, everybody could invent, everyone could create or tinker or create whatever they wanted. In this new world, electricity only belongs to Thaddeus. He's the only one with the means to generate it. He's the only one with the knowledge to provide it for the people, and because of that, he has become insanely rich. Now, the three of you are on a station wagon moving down the road across a barren land. This place used to be a forest, but the trees were all cut down to fuel the fires. But yeah, you're going across this barren wasteland covered in tree stumps, and the entire place just dried up, completely devoid of life. Who is driving the stagecoach?
it seems like the kind of thing that Ryland would be doing.
Alright. Ryland is driving the stagecoach. And I just want to ask each of you, now that I know that Ryland is driving, what is Mira doing?
I think Mira is polishing their gun. It's kind of more of a instinctive thing. It's one of those things that Mira does whenever her hands are just idle. Just polishing it, checking how many bullets are loaded in, over and over again, like it's some kind of ritual.
Oh, okay. Ritualistically maintaining her gun. As this happens, what is Erin doing?
Erin is kind of doing. She's talking to Mira, who she's sure isn't listening to her, and she's kind of primping and fixing her hair and making sure everything is just so, because God forbid even a peasant see her anything less than perfect.
Has her obsession with her appearance worsened or leveled down after the fall?
I think it's gotten a little bit more because it's the thing that she can hold on to in the face of all this like darkness and evil, and the loss of her mentor. So instead of, panicking, she perfects.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. And all of this is happening while while the stagecoach is moving. By the way, a note on flashbacks and One of Us Will Die. At any point, if any one of you wants to narrate a flashback, you can always tell me that you'd like to narrate a flashback, and you can do it. This is like an anime show where you're about to land the blow, and all of a sudden we have one entire episode for a flashback. You can do that in this game. It is encouraged.
Okay.
Because there are some
Noted.
characters that require them to have flashbacks. So because of that, everyone is allowed to have flashbacks. So anyway, as this is happening, I would like to ask, first, starting with Ryland, what have you lost? What has changed for your character since the fall?
Rylan has lost everything that his life was building up to. The mastering of Cog and Steam was his entire existence. His whole focus in becoming strong and powerful and mastering this power that ran the world was his entire driving force, not necessarily anything narcissistic about it. It was, to make things better, not necessarily to grab or strangle a yoke of power or anything, but his pursuit in that was his entire life's goal. It was his career, his aspiration, and what he was hoping to be known for, and all of that, and the way this world has changed. Everything has been stripped away from him. He essentially, despite still being able to do most of the things he was ever able to do, provided he has the resources, he more or less feels like he's toppled from aristocracy to be a pauper.
That makes sense. It's like it wasn't even a power play, a power fantasy. He was just so passionate about it.
Like a calling.
Yeah. It's what his entire life was devoted to. And now it's the old ways and the world has moved on. And even when he can muster something to do, it's more like a parlor trick as far as how it's received most of the time, which is an insult to him.
Okay. Mira, what did your character lose since the fall? What's life been like for your character since then?
Life for Mira has been total hellscape. Mira feels like they've just been drifting along as the years go by. She lost the gun Ryan gave her as a gift. I mean, Mira swore to Rhyme that one day they'd use this very gun to shoot Daddies in the fucking face, make him drop off the face of the earth. But he took it and used it against Mira. So now there's this scar that runs along the left side of her face, made using the very same gun she swore she'd use against him.
Okay. Aaron? Yeah. I know I asked this before regarding the obsession with her appearance, but what else has changed for her since the fall?
For Erin, Erin's life before the fall was very cushioned, and she was always thought to be like this chosen one, like the next Rhyme, basically, right? Like this chosen girl of, like, she would one day like stand up in that kind of position and renown, and people would be like, look, she's a princess and a badass inventor. But since then, she's really lost a lot of drive, and she's just going through the motions. And on top of that, she lost her inventing goggles, which Rhyme gave to her when she graduated from college. And so she's just kind of, she's like, her family's still kind of quasi in power, but they make no bones about, okay, well, we have to pay Thaddeus, but we still kind of control, that's how we control our little area. And she's not exactly on speaking terms with them as a result. Which means she's been bugging anybody with an earshot to help her with menial tasks.
All right. As you ride down the road, you hear the hoofbeats of horses as they approach from behind. When you look to the back, you see that the men are masked. They have scarves over their faces to hide what they look like. You've seen men like this before. These people have been popping up all over the place. Banditry is always a very popular profession in the face of tyranny. Not necessarily popular, but sometimes necessary for some people. But again, it also empowers the cruel. There are 4 of them, and only 3 of you. And they very much intend to rob you. What do you guys do?
Aaron is going to turn to Mira and kind of lift the curtain between the passage area so Ryland can more easily hear her. He's going to say, there appears to be some ruffians behind us. Would you mind dealing with them, my good sir?
I'll see what I can do, my lady. I did misspeak a moment ago. I had forgot. I was thinking about the change in the character. The physical thing that Ryland has lost, that he misses the most, was the pinnacle of his work, which was a very complex clockwork pocket watch that would actually simply tell him the time anywhere in the world he wanted to know the time. But the trick he was working on was it would actually sound an alarm when there was danger. However, he only ever got it to work moments ahead of time, so basically he didn't really have time to do much reacting, and he had been working with Rhyme to extend that so that it would actually become an early warning device. But in the final fight, Ryland isn't sure whether or not it was stolen or broken or just lost, but he doesn't have it after that day. I pick up the pace with the horses a little bit and just shout down, Mira, you think you
And
can...
then in the back, you just hear like the gun, like, I don't really know how guns work, guys. Hey, so you just hear the sound of a gun sort of getting loaded with bullets, and then I'm assuming that the carriage has like a window that I could maybe peer out of, maybe stick my head out. Titus?
Yep. Well, actually, so yeah, you have bullets. Bullets are still a thing.
Is there like a window I could peer my head out of from the carriage, or is it?
Oh yeah. There's like a bit of the stagecoach has like a canvas on top, and then there's like there's a flap you can look out of. As for your gun, if you were maintaining your gun, the whole thing would disassembled in front of you, and then the moment there's danger,
Insanely
all of a sudden
fast hands open up the flap, and you just hear from behind Mira goes, "Got it," and then she's just going to shoot at the horses.
oh wow, center of mass. Okay,
Okay.
she
So,
is just not
I'm-
taking any prisoners.
quick question.
I'm
You
going to
said-
warn Mira. Go ahead, Cassie.
You said that for milestones we had to announce for the adventurer ones, correct?
Correct.
When we
Did you
took
hit
one?
any adventure milestones?
I did.
Yes, you did. Which one is it?
Take command regardless of if you are ready for it.
Very nice. Very princess.
Awesome.
But I don't know how to mark it off on here.
Just type down X in the text box and then put the
gotcha.
X on the thing. All right. So Aaron,
I'm going to warn Mira. I'm gonna run. You tell me when you need me to go steady for you to take a shot. Just yell steady and I'll level out. But Ryland is actually one of his reckless pastimes is being a racer of used to be all sorts of steam-powered contraptions, but he's a guy that likes to ride and drive things and drive fast and recklessly. So the cart's not going to outrun the horses, but I'm going to make these guys work for it and buy Mira some time. When she
Awesome.
yells steady, I will level out so she can take a shot and it's not jostling her around.
Awesome.
But we run.
As I look out of this flap, these people are they like armed with also guns?
yes, they draw their guns. Although I'm going to need to see how many of them you are able to hit. You intend to hit the largest center of mass, so no disadvantage of you there. That's pretty easy. So you have body 3, and you have a
This is
proficiency in firearms combat.
This is true.
So you get to roll 4 dice. And because you've got that cold gunslinger demeanor, you also get an advantage 1 for intimidation. Just looking into your character's eyes, strike fear into the heart of the enemy. So roll 4 dice with advantage.
An advantage in this case means if one of these dice rolls bad, I get to re-roll it, correct?
Yes.
Ooh, I will be re-rolling that one.
Okay, so the way this works is 5s and 6s count as successes. At this point, Mume only rolled 1 5, which means
Let's see
she's
if I
going
can
to
turn
succeed.
this.
But
Let's see
she
if
can
we turn
succeed
this into
even
an extra
better.
success. Nope, can't.
No. You only rolled 1. Alright. But because you got the jump on them, because you surprised them, they don't have time to shoot back. So you're allowed to use that success to take one of them out. Do you shoot the horse and throw the rider off?
I shoot the horse and I yell at them, "Fuck off, assholes!"
Alright. You yell at them. The horse is shot in the chest, and just the stopping power of this bullet. I always imagine gunslingers in fantasy settings have they're always 44s.
Some kind of ridiculous caliber, yeah.
They're always 44s. So a horse gets hit by a 44 and immediately tumbles forward, throwing the rider off, and just you hear this guy's bones break from the impact this guy makes with the ground, and it's just it's
Music
terrifying.
to my ears. I also hope this counts as me hitting demonstrate your extremely deadly abilities.
Correct. You got it. Now we move to there are 3 bandits left, and you've been tasked, Ryland, with dispatching them. How does Ryland dispatch his enemies? And this is where you could be super creative. Like, for example, Mume had the gunslinger thing where she assembled her gun and immediately quick drew the lead out of the cart. Now you get to be creative in how you dispatch your enemies and possibly even hit a milestone.
I sort of pictured Ryland. I think Ryland is going to focus more on making it dangerous for them to try to pass or pull alongside the wagon. He is an adrenaline junkie when it comes to racing, but he also has his companions in the cart with him, so he's going to focus on trying to make them stay behind him, and he's going to be better at it than they expect because like I said, he's an adrenaline junkie and a racer. I'm going to try to keep them where Mira can handle.
Oh, very nice, very nice. All right, so you properly position the thing. I'm actually going to have you roll for. I'm going to actually let you use your proficiency in piloting.
Okay.
Because I actually think the wheels and the make and the design of the carriage itself, I feel like you must have modified it in one way or another, even just the wheels. So I feel like it counts as one of your contraptions.
Well, if it's our wagon, I would think that it would probably be a steam powered contraption that I put together. If it's somebody else's wagon, then it's probably just a wagon.
All right, that works. Oh, okay. No, so
But if it's our
steam
wagon,
powered wagon, steam powered wagon. It's like a car. It's like a car at this point. So,
That's the guy.
and the thing is, normally for piloting or driving, a character would use body, but Ryland does not use body to pilot things. He uses calculations. He uses geometry. He uses his knowledge of the mechanics of the carriage and the biomechanics of the horses to be able to understand how to pilot this. So it's actually a mind roll that you make in order to pilot the steam-powered contraption. So you've got a mind of 3, and you have proficiency. So,
Is that a total of 4 or 3 with something else?
you have a total of 4. However,
Okay.
your character also has mastery over cog and steam, which you are also using, which means you roll 4 dice with advantage 2. You re-roll 2 failures.
Okay.
Like I said, the
All right.
magician is a power fantasy. They are incredibly competent, and they're really, really powerful.
And if it's a steam-powered contraption and not horses, meat horses pulling it, then I can see being able to be much more reckless, being able to move it. And if they get too close, they end up underneath my steel wheels. If they, I don't have to worry about the horses and the way they maneuver. So I'm good with that. So 4 advantage 2. 4. Roll. Oh, well, that's terrible.
You get to reroll 2
Well,
of those.
Yep. Do I select it and then click reroll? What do I do here?
You flick the mouse on them, like you
Oh,
drag
okay.
them.
You can kind of pick them up and toss them. It's
All
fun.
right. Well, it's a tricky situation. That's okay.
Can't win everything. All right.
Yep. We'll pull a dirty trick now.
The road gets bumpy. He doesn't expect it, but all of a sudden it's just like turbulence on it, just shaking you around. It becomes hard to shoot. It becomes hard to fight. Now I need to ask Aaron. You're kind of in a tough spot right now. Do you let your party mates fight for you, or do you fight?
Erin sees that there's a little bit of trouble, and she's like, well, I suppose if you aren't up to the task, then I shall have to join the fray as well. And she is going to pull out this small sphere and it looks kind of like just a bunch of cogs and wires and bits of things. But as she just throws it behind the carriage, it erupts into steam.
Oh boy, steam grenades. That's brilliant.
This is fun.
All right, here's what you do. This is something you invented. This is something that you put together with your tinkering. So that's mine. You get to roll mind, and you get to use tinkering. So you get to roll 4 dice.
Okay.
You might not be as competent in a fight as the magician or the scorned gunslinger, but hey, you're really good
Oh.
at inventing stuff. Oh,
Nice. Yahtzee.
all right. That is 3 sixes. That is not just a critical success. That is the thing is, if you roll more than 1 6, if you roll 2 sixes, that's a critical success. 3 sixes is called a stellar success, which means you succeed. You kill all 3. That's what I'm adding. Not only is it successful, the steam grenade erupts into this amazing cloud of steam that just knocks everyone off their horses. It's just so powerful, and all 3 are completely decommissioned. And then that's the extra thing that I get to add. Because you rolled 3, you get to add an extra detail to that success.
Because it's so perfectly arced and hit the ground and erupted into steam where it did and when it did, it actually melts the horse's stirrups or reins that connect it to their carriage that they've been pilfering and putting all this stuff in. And so now it's just sitting there unguarded for us to do what we do with riches.
Sorry, what was the detail?
I said that basically they got decommissioned, but at the same time, the grenade disarmed their carriage, so it's just left totally unmanned, sitting out in the middle of nowhere with whatever they had pilfered inside.
Wow. All right.
Oh
You
my
have 2
God.
carriages now. So
I like
Yeah.
having multiples of things.
these bandits are on the ground. When you check them, unfortunately for them, they are dead. Either killed by a gunshot or just thrown off their horse from falling off a horse is really the. Do you explore this new steampunk carriage?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to look for a new gun already.
Okay. You go through the steampunk
Components.
carriage, and you realize it's not steam. It's battery powered. Not quite as powerful as steam. And these batteries are always sold to people at such high prices from the overlord. And you can even see the label on the battery as to where the battery was supposed to go. There's a note that this battery was supposed to be delivered to a family in the city, and instead it went to these bandits. So it's stolen, definitely stolen. When you look among their belongings, you do find pistols, but nothing better than the one Mume already has. You find, of course, some bandit clothes, your classic scarves and stuff like that. Oh, they also their some spares for their hats are also here. They're wide brimmed, and you can be stylish if you want to, if that's the kind of character you want to play. And most importantly, there is a note.
Oh?
It says, "Orders from the boss. The town of Stillbright must be secured. We need to find that treasure. We need to find what they're hiding. It's the only way we're going to be able to pay back Thaddeus."
Are you all thinking what I'm thinking?
Sounds
By
like we
that,
have
you mean-
an opportunity to make trouble for the Deus.
Also, the town of Stillbright is where you are headed. It is where Rhyme is buried.
They don't need to be causing havoc there.
I swear to God. I'm gonna see him, and I'm gonna shoot this guy in the face. I won't hesitate this time. I just won't. He's dead.
All right. As you make your way to the town, your carriage goes through without any more interruptions. Eventually, you arrive at Stillbright. Stillbright is a sleepy frontier town. There are little bits of grass here and there, some flowers. They're all like planted in different parts of the place. It seems that people try to make it look nice, but the survival rate of these plants isn't always so good. But what sucks the most is as you enter, people stare. Mothers whisper into the ears of their children. Friends point at you while whispering into the ears of their companions. You don't know what they're saying. You can't hear exactly what it is. But the sentiment is the same. Those are the guys who ruined everything. They were supposed to fix all of this. They were supposed to make it so that the crops could grow. They were supposed to make it so that our world wasn't destroyed. But they failed.
Well,
What do you
we
guys
appear
do?
to be remembered. I nod, smile, and tip my hat as I ride past people.
Just take it in stride. Take it in stride.
I'm going to take it. Yeah, well, yeah, and Ryland is one verbal remark away from stopping and getting a soapbox and doing a lecture. So,
Fortunately, yeah.
Mira's just walking. I'm assuming we're on foot now.
Yeah.
Mira's just muttering under her breath, like, I swear to God, I swear. You're all gonna see. We're all gonna see. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it this time. No hesitation. None.
we need to do it for us and for Rhyme. I'm not doing anything for these people. These people so quickly abandoned the world that was stolen from all of us.
I don't know anything about us. This is from me.
Aaron is in the back with handfuls of batteries. Here, people of the right, have these batteries!
Oh, God. Okay.
We found them! They're probably yours anyway!
How? I don't know what rhymes on. I don't know what rhymes on. Whimsy?
All right. Because they're desperate, a lot of them come in and they take the batteries, but they do not thank you. They're a little bit confused. They don't know if they're grateful or they're Because Aaron is the one looking at the people, she sees him first. Standing in front of what looks like is supposed to be the house of the headman or the mayor of this town. You notice this town has a new mayor. Not the one you met here years ago, last time you were here. This town actually has a new mayor. And Aaron, you recognize him. He used to be a prince. His name is Nathan.
He kind of like closes the drape on the back of the carriage or whatever, so that maybe he doesn't see her.
Feeling shy, Aaron?
Raise an eyebrow at Mira. Like, well, something can make her quiet. Wonder what that's about. Being coy is very rare.
Hmm.
We keep moving.
You keep moving. Do any of you actually ask Aaron what just went on?
I kind of like, I'm assuming I'm just like walking outside the carriage at this point, so I just knock on the carriage window and go, don't want to say hi to the pretty boy?
What's so pretty about him?
Nothing much.
He's just an old family friend who can't take no for an answer.
But
Oh.
aren't you supposed to be the nice one? Don't you want to say hi?
Not particularly.
Doesn't your position come with duties and responsibilities, young lady? And then you hear Ryland chuckle up front.
And like, as soon as you start chuckling, she's in the back, like, me, 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 me.
Mira's gonna call out to the new mayor and be like, hey!
Okay, you
You
stick your head
heard.
out. He sees you, and immediately he immediately runs to realizing who people are. The carriage stops, comes over at the end of the road, and he says, "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?"
I opened the carriage door to be like, hey, Aaron, say hi.
Well, that was just mean spirit.
You know, after
This is
this,
a-
I'm going to have to start calling Ryland the pretty one.
All right, Aaron, I need you to roll mind right now.
Okay, it's just straight the 3.
Yeah, just 3. Is I don't think any. Oh no. Study. Mind with study.
Okay.
Distinguished should be the word, by the way. Oh, you got one.
Okay, you have a success. All right, Aaron, you do notice there's something a little bit different about Nathan. He's got a ring on his left ring finger.
Oh,
Oh.
Congratulations.
Do you say it out loud?
Yes, she does.
Okay. And he says, "Oh, really? What for?" "Oh, is it the mayor? Is it the mayoral appointment?" "Yes, I've recently been elected mayor. I think." And then his jaw drops. Aaron,
That's me.
I should have figured. Are you here to visit Rhyme?
It's time.
So sorry. The grave is still where it is. After you're done, the mayoral mansion is open to your lodgings.
Oh,
I
the music
realized-
ended.
Um,
Oops.
Go
Oh.
back, go
It's
back.
a little bee. You want me to go back?
Just go back. Yeah, just go back.
All right, there we go. I was like, wait a minute.
All right. He just listen. Uh, a lot of people may have forgotten, but I haven't. There's something I wanted to talk to you three about. The town needs help, and I know that these people, after what they may have said or what they may have whispered when you entered, might not deserve it. I feel obliged as their mayor to ask for it.
We forgive you. That's just her immediate reaction.
This so immediate forgiveness, and Mira's like, she, not me.
Yes, she only speaks for herself.
I couldn't give two shits about what you and your people want.
I understand. Well,
Do you?
after you're done visiting the grave, I will have your lodgings adequately prepared. He bows and he heads back to where he was before.
Arrogant fool.
He has the audacity. The audacity to ask for our help.
Exactly. What makes him think we'd help him? People fucking look at us.
This is Rhymestown, right? This is where Rhyme wanted to be buried. So
Rhyme is
Similarly-
the only thing that's left of any value in this town. All of
the
these
only
people,
reason
and
why
I,
we're here.
I stand up and speak loudly, even though I'm speaking just to the two of them. All
Oh,
of
yeah.
these people,
And
all
I
of
know.
them, have abandoned everything that our world was built on. Thaddeus brought this new, reckless, terrible power to the world, and everybody just stepped aside and bowed and accepted this new way of life and walked away from everything that we had. And now they're seeing that they had no foresight. They're seeing how terrible of a decision they made. They sneer at us when we walk into this town. They give us a hard time. They expect our help. I'm hard pressed. But I didn't mean to get on a roll. I'm sorry.
I just think it's what Rhyme would want us to do.
That and
Rhyme
We'll
if
see.
the
isn't
mayor.
here. Rhyme is dead in the ground.
All the more reason for us to help his people. Somebody
His
has
people?
to. They may have forgotten what he stood for, but we did not. Or at least I haven't.
I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait and see how the spirits move me when we're standing in that serene spot. Right now, what I have for this town is speech. So let's go.
And
I
it's a
will say
little
it's kind of
hard-
him to offer.
And it's a little hard to remember needing to be nice. Especially when it comes to Rhyme, when I'm the reason he's dead. I mean, I had the gun in my hand, and I had it pointed straight at Thaddeus's head, and what was I doing? I was hesitating. Because he was holding Rhyme. Because Rhyme was there, and if I shot Thaddeus, I would have shot Rhyme. And I know Rhyme was yelling at me to do it, but I couldn't because I didn't want to lose him. And guess what? I lost him anyway. So forgive me if it's a little hard to be nice anymore. Because I tried that, didn't really pan out that well. And
Still
it
be
just slunk
kind
further into
instead.
my-
We were all there, man.
It's all sunshine and
all
rainbows
failed.
with you, princess. I've just completely slinked into my seat, just gone, just gone.
All right. Eventually, you arrive at the hill where he's buried. Several graves are also there. Some of them unnamed. Some of them without bodies because of the amount of people who were disintegrated in that. Standing in front of Rhyme's grave, not standing actually, just sitting next to it and leaning up against a tree is you recognize this lady. She's in a rather, you can tell that the long coat she's wearing used to be a lab coat, but now it's just stained with, she doesn't maintain it very well. It's just kind of, she just kind of doesn't take care of it. You know, this person's name is Frida, and she is Rhyme's. Well, she would have been Rhyme's widow if he hadn't died so soon.
Frida!
Oh God.
I brought you a very fine hat.
Stole it from a bunch of dead people.
When
Those
you
are
see
details.
her, like
Never tell
you're
someone where a gift has come from.
you're excited to see her, but she is not excited to see you. You have not seen her since the fall, and there's a bit of bitterness in her heart. You left. You left with the most important person in her life. In fact, he told her that when he got back from the adventure, they would be married, which is not something you should do in an adventure story because that's a death flag. But that's what he told her. He didn't know he was in an adventure story. And all she really knows about the three of you is you left with him, and when you came back, he was dead. I mean, she knows a little bit about. I mean, she knows about. She's had interactions with you. I'm pretty sure she's gotten to know Mira. A good, like, pretty well, but unfortunately, Mira is the one she blames the most. Because Mira is the one she
Second
blames the
only.
most.
Second only to Mira blaming herself.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry,
Yeah.
lady. I take that first place. I wear that shit like a crown on my head.
Yeah, Mira is the one she blames the most because Mira is the only person she knows who loved Rhyme almost as much as, if sometimes not even more. And she didn't help him. Like,
I think Mira
she
at
was
this
so
point-
sure. She was so sure that Mira would rather die first than let Ryan be the one to fall, and it didn't happen. So she kind of accepts the hat from Aaron. She doesn't make eye contact, and she says thanks. She doesn't make eye contact with Ryland, but oh my god, for a few seconds, her eyes and Mira's eyes see each other, and there are no words. I can't even describe the look she has on her face because even she doesn't know how she feels.
maybe the two of you should go give your respects to Rhyme.
She doesn't listen. She just waves it off.
I was talking to Aaron and Mira.
So
Oh.
Aaron is
Yeah.
kind of staring at Mira right now, like,
Mi-
you know what
Mira
else is
like-
steam powered? He.
Mira is sort of like her gaze is averted right now. She doesn't want to look at Frida at all. Even the snide comment she made about like we got the hat from a dead person, she did it while looking at the ground basically. And she's just like, yeah, maybe you should go say hi to Rhyme for me. Not quite sure if he'd appreciate my presence.
Speaking of
Huh?
presents, Erin pulls out of like this bag on her hip this really old bottle of like really bougie like whiskey or something like that. And as she walks, she'll totally like walk up to the burial site and pop the cork on it and just start pouring it out over his grave.
He would've
Mira
liked that.
looks up at that and goes, what a waste.
It's
Would you
like
go fix that?
All right.
And
I am
Mira's
told by the
walking
people
away.
I've met that this is the way you say goodbye to your fallen comrades.
Somewhere in the afterlife, Rhyme is just really drunk.
Oh wow. Great for him. Wish that was me.
All right. Erin's doing that.
I-
What is Rylan doing?
I'm going to try to get a private moment with Frida and have a discussion with her. And I'm just going to ask her, like, it's been a long time and we've never had these conversations. How much do you know about what happened, and how much would you like to know?
Frida turns to Rylan. Here's the, Frida did not have a personal relationship with Rylan.
Mhm.
He was always kind of the mentor. Was always kind of like he and Rhyme were like really good buddies because they were amazing at what they. She liked Erin, like they had a like she always enjoyed how positive Erin would normally be.
I feel
So
like
yeah, she was
Erin
kinda-
and Frida have like this sisterly relationship almost.
yeah
Or
they
dead.
had they
Or
did.
dead.
Rylan she kind of saw as a little intimidating because he was really smart, and unlike Rhyme would always be able to explain these scientific concepts to her in a way that she would understand. Ryland is just so intimidating with the way that he talks. That
He's not as
she-
good at it as Rhyme was.
He's not as good at it as Rhyme was. And Mira, oh my god, she loved Mira. Like really just like you know when you have like a partner and then the partner has a friend who's sometimes even more reasonable and even fun. Well, not really. Like it's like Mira was like to her Rhyme's fun sister. Like, but now like it's very different and very complicated. So yeah, when Ryland approaches, she's on her way. And Ryland approaches. But before he does, I just want to ask Mumi, does Mira try to get in on this conversation, or does she go somewhere else?
Sorry, I had a cookie in my mouth. I think Mira, before Frida fully walks away, and is going to join Erin in paying respects to Rhyme. She doesn't look directly at Frida as she says this, but she does say, I did try, you know. It didn't. It was either go home with your husband alive or kill them both. I made a decision. It was wrong, I know, but I tried. You don't have to. You don't have to be mad at me forever about it. I'm mad enough for the both of us, and I'm gonna walk to its grave.
man.
I do not wait for a response.
I don't see a lot of Scorn Sinner hybrid characters. All right. So, Rylan, what do you say to Frida now that Mira's gone on her way?
So this is a conversation we've never had. It's been hard for everybody. But how much do you know? How much do you know about what happened that day? It's only fair and right to make sure that if you want to know, you do. Will you let me explain what happened?
She sits down. She thinks to herself. If Mira says it, she'll get emotional. If Erin does it, she'll get emotional. But this is the guy who explains everything as fact. Is she ready to finally listen to Rylan? Is she ready to finally know what happened? All right, Ryland, I need you to make a spirit check with social.
I'm ready to explain.
So roll 2.
Social. 1, 2, 3. Boink. Oh. Maybe the blue dice don't like me.
Maybe
I'm
the blue dice
superstitious
don't
about
like
the
you.
digital dice.
All right. I'm actually going to give you an advantage. So you just reroll one of those dice. I'm giving you an advantage because of how I know Frida's feeling right now.
Okay, I'll reroll one of those. Oh. Came up 4 again. All right. I'm
right.
going to simply try. I'm running on, despite his social etiquette, I'm running on the assumption that this is something somebody would want to know, and I don't know where to start, so I start with all of the details, almost like I'm blurting out a math formula and just explain how things were. I start to explain what we did to prepare, how things were supposed to go, what the plan breakdown was supposed to be, who the roles were, how nobody really failed, things just went awry. That's he just starts blurting out all of it, since I apparently don't have the social etiquette to handle the conversation now. Just start prattling off all of the details of how things were supposed to be, and I'm not going to get very far, I don't think.
I'm going to stop you right there. The three of you find yourselves on an airship. It is several years ago. And in front of you is the flying fortress. At the head of the ship, looking into the horizon, is Rhyme. He turns to the three of you and he says, "This is it. Let's kill the bastard." And I would like to inform the entire party that the entirety of Act 2 takes place in a flashback.
This is
Okay.
sick. This is sick.
Nice.
By the way, I just wanted to point out, holy crap, Joe, you did not know Act 2 happens in a flashback.
I didn't.
You did not know, but you segued into it anyway. That was beautiful.
Well, I'm glad it worked out.
I'm just gonna go bio for a bit.
Yeah.
Until then, yeah, short bio break, and until
Yeah.
then,
Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's let everybody stretch. May can go get more cookies.
I have a surplus of cookies around me. I've come
And you're not
well
sharing.
prepared.
There.
Unfortunately.
I want some of your cookies. Just not of the internet variety, I promise. Keep your data to yourself.
I've got some chocolate.
1.
Bazinga.
Chill. Oh, there we go. Okay, we are back. So, yep, hit my adventure milestone of begin a long, difficult to understand explanation of a difficult concept, which you would sort of think would probably be one of the science things, but this was a pretty hard thing to talk about too. So, adventure milestone for Ryan.
All right. So we are in Act 2. When we last left our heroes, they had just arrived in the town of Stillbright to visit the grave of Rhyme, a friend who died on their previous adventure. They ran into Frida, she was supposed to be his widow, but he couldn't marry her in time. And against her will, Ryland has attempted to explain to her what happened that day, on that fateful day, when the world fell. When the world
and poorly.
Ended quite poorly. And Act 2 takes place in a flashback. You look to the left and you look to the right of your airships. You find that you are accompanied by so many others. Just for everybody's sake, this is what a steampunk airship looks like.
Zeppelin.
All right, sharing the image on Albert.
Cool. Let me take a peek.
If you can control where it goes, if you drop it over the game picture, the audience will see it and then you can bring it down.
Yeah. That's why I like having the Owlbear stream up, so people can see it.
I've not used this VTT before. Kind of like that it's approachable
It's my
also.
favorite. Yeah, it's very approachable. You can do a lot of things with a lot of systems. The problem is, it is so simple, it doesn't have coverage on most systems. So yeah, you are on this airship. So it's a ship, but it is being carried by a large steam balloon. By the time the sun rises, you should already have arrived at the floating city, or rather the floating fortress. You're kind of the de facto leader of the Ryland. What do you tell them?
As we're approaching, waiting for dawn, all right. Just another thing that he's not necessarily good at, but etiquette would sort of lead him to think that he needs to do. This is probably something Rhyme is going to need to rescue him from as well. But begin telling everybody that, this is the moment that we have prepared for and we have all gathered for. This is going to be what saves our way of life and stops this threat to our world. We are what stands between everything we care about and Brink, and we have everything we need and we are prepared for anything, any contingency. The minds in this group we've calculated everything. But again, his speech is sort of sterile and lecture-like rather than rallying or encouraging. So, despite his enthusiasm, I think Rhyme probably needs to be the one to actually rally the spirits of the troops. Him being the actual heart of the group.
All right. So what happens is, you say this to your companions, but the thing is, your companions, your group of four, they see Rylan as a friend. What he says already means a lot to them. But Ryam needs to be the one to speak to the allies, to the other airships. Throughout this entire adventure, you have amassed the entire forces who are willing to protect your way of life, who are willing to make sure that this world continues to be the way it is. As you approach the floating fortress, and I've actually shown you guys a picture on Owlbear
Ah, I see it. Oh my gosh.
of what the fortress looks like, and it's just it doesn't use steam power. It's all jets and electricity, fuel burning, all this stuff that's bad for the environment. The only thing that's missing in the picture is all the generates.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out for a little bit.
Oh,
All
the
that
only thing
was
that's
missing? Yeah. I didn't hear what you said
Yeah,
after that.
The only thing that's missing from the picture is all the smog it generates.
Got it.
All right. Ryan gets on the mic and it begins to amplify his to the others, and he says, "Dawn is almost upon us. Our ancestors led us into a golden age, an age of science, an age of discovery, an age of exploration. It is an age where anybody, rich or poor, can make their way if they are willing, if they are curious enough, if they are passionate enough about learning the world, to build, to fix, to study. This man aims to take it all away from us. He aims to replace it with a world where greed reigns, with a world where only the wealthy, no, where only those born wealthy are able to steer the ship of civilization. We cannot have that. All I ask you now is that you fight with us, is that you fight for our world. You fight for your homes, fight for your families, most importantly. Fight for yourselves. These are your lives he's taking away, and you have a right to keep them." And you hear the resounding cheers from all around you in all these airships. And as Ryland turns around, this is the first time. Sorry, not Ryland. As Ryan turns around, this is the first time we'd be able to see him. He's rather young. He's definitely not as old as Ryland. He's just this young scientific prodigy. He's got these thick glasses. He's rather skinny, and he's got like these revolvers sticking out of his holsters. he walks over to Mira, and he hands her one of his revolvers. And he said, I made this one for you.
Ryan, you didn't have to. She looks awesome. Sure.
When you hold it in your hand, it is perfectly molded to exactly your hand size. Your finger is exactly the trigger. Like everything just fits you.
Aw. Ryan, you do love me. And I like punch him in the gut, like plainly.
And then he just chuckles because he doesn't say it out loud. He never says it. But he smiles. You are his best friend. You grew up together. And he just turns back to you and he says, well, don't miss.
And I like do a couple like fun tricks with the gun, like flip it around a little bit, like check if it's all loaded, and it is, and I flick it back, and then I aim it towards him playfully, and I go, do I ever? And then I
And
holster the gun and I say, don't worry, after today, we get to go home. You get to go home to your pretty wife specifically. God, she's pretty. And I get to go drink more booze.
he just says, well, she's not my wife yet. And there will be booze at the wedding.
Soon. And I like I roughhouse with him.
And he smiles and he tells you, oh, right. I thought I'd ask you for permission first, but Frida's already figured out what to name our first daughter.
And then I look at him with eyes wide. Rhyme, you dirty dog! Already?
No, not already, but it's in the cards. We've decided to name our first daughter Mira.
And Mira is kind of like, there's a look of genuine shock on Mira's face of like, what if it isn't a daughter? What if it's a son?
Then we're naming him Quinn.
That's not fair.
He just smiles and he walks away. Aaron, he approaches you. I assume you're making sure you look good for the battle.
Erin is presently like walking up the flight deck somewhere, and she's, as the princess who paid for this ship, somebody must tie my shoe.
The moment that happens, you don't even need to do anything. Prime is for you. He is so used to you complaining, and he tolerates it. He tolerates it because he knows you don't mean it in a mean way. It's kind of how you were raised. He accepts that.
I think I got another adventurer milestone for complaining about something mundane and demanding that somebody fix it.
Awesome! Really good.
He turns to Erin while he's tying up the laces of her boots, and he says, "So, while all this is over, you're going to have less excuses to run away from that prince."
Oh, him.
And he just
He is
smiles.
interested in something he cannot have.
He says, How unfortunate for him. Are you going to let him off the hook?
If I can talk my father out of it.
Well, I assume after this he'll have no excuse to say no to you at this point. Although I must say, he is quite rich. You will have
That's-
servants to dote on you. You will have everything your heart's desires, except perhaps a spouse of your choice.
But it's not about the spouse. It's about what I love. And I love making things. Speaking of which, I have this great idea for a grenade that spits out steam.
After this, I'm sure there'll be all the rage.
She pulls down her goggles and starts, like, drawing up plans.
He then goes to Ryland.
Rylan will just be standing on the front deck of the ship watching where we're going.
Alright,
Making the rounds, old friend?
always. What are you going to do when all of this is over?
Well, I intend to be not only renowned for being the one to stop this terrible change, but there's always something new to master with what we know. I want to know all of it.
He looks in the distance and he sees these giant Tesla coils on top of the Flying Fortress, and he turns to you and he says, "Are you sure? Some of it is really scary."
It's easy to be scared of something we don't understand. It's good to know. It's good to know things. I don't dispute that, but what he has done is found a way to leash a reckless power, and it's not safe. Maybe it could be made safe, but all he has done is figure out how to put a nozzle so that he can direct where the destruction goes. He has no control over what he is using, which is why he is going to ruin.
He sighs. And he says,
There's no one else that can do this but you. There's nowhere else I would rather be, and I would see this done. I think our show of force is going to be important, but I think the soul of what is going to happen here today is on this vessel. And as we planned, Rylan hands Rhyme his staff of cog. Exactly did I name that thing?
the cane of formulae.
Yes, the cane of formulae. Like, this will have all of my knowledge with you, and together we're going to stop this.
He smiles. And
Between-
says,
Between
Oh,
what
he
you
couldn't-
know and what I know, being in two places, nothing stands a chance.
He looks at the cane. Oh, he's like drooling because he's wanting to tinker with this thing for the longest time.
I
Alright.
expect it back when we're done.
Oh yes, of course, you will get this back. I assure you. Now,
It's going to be a dire day, young friend. we're going to do good things and we're going to change a world today.
He does one thing he's never done with Ryland. He's done it with the other two, but he's not done this with Ryland. Gives Ryland
A big hug, is that what you said?
he gives Ryland a big hug.
Give him a hug. I expect a seat at that wedding. And I squeeze him tight and pat his shoulders. Let's save a world and a...
Let's go save the world, he says, before he gets to the helm of the ship. And at this point, you've hit enough milestones. The cap is off. You may now hit as many milestones as you want.
Okay. And I just temporarily or permanently gave away my source of power.
Very nice. So you hit that milestone.
Mhm.
Full speed ahead.
Yep.
The sun rises. Dawn breaks. And the first thing you see are these tiny jet propelled, these tiny propeller propelled, they look like airships, but they don't use steam or hot air. You see the biplanes approach. And
It's remarkable. I can't even hear their engines, just the propeller. Electric.
But they're after you. The guns on the biplanes begin to ring out,
Oh shit.
and it's your primitive it's loaded from the top, and then it's
Yeah.
As they fly towards your ship, what do the three of you do?
Oh god. Okay.
Yell out.
Ooh.
It started! Everyone, to the guns!
All right, Ryland, you are the steampunk of this. Please describe what the mounted guns on your airship.
Well, the mounted guns on our airship are, they're a 3-barreled rotary system where one will fire and then it's turned and another one can fire and they can be reloaded as they turn so that they can fire in a somewhat rapid succession. They are powered by a canister with a heat source underneath it, generating the steam so that essentially the shell is shoved in. It's locked and sealed. It turns. It's all steam powered and fired, so there's no gunpowder or anything for the ship cannons. And that is done specifically for the ease of follow-up. They are large caliber for a man-fired weapon, but they are actually small caliber for a ship weapon, so that's not big like a cannon. These weapons should make short work of the small aircraft, but they're not designed to damage a big flying fortress. We're expecting to board and tape Thaddeus. So that's what we've got is essentially rapid-fire anti-aircraft steam-powered rotary cannons.
I like that. Do you get on one?
I do not. I have something else that I plan to play with, and Ryland is actually on the front deck where he has room. And Ryland is swinging around what looks like a rock sling. I have baseball-sized things, which aren't very heavy. They're just large. And what they do is they fly out to a certain distance and then stop for a moment and for a few seconds essentially become immovable. So like an immovable rod from another game. So they throw out in the air and stop. and anything that collides with them hits with something that will not budge.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
It's
man.
actually a
cool.
terrible weapon for this engagement, but he wants to play with it. He's been working on it for a little
All
while.
right.
If it works, it's going to be great.
I need to see this thing in action. Okay, before I ask the other players what they do, please describe how Ryland uses this weapon against the biplanes.
Okay.
And no, sorry, I need you to roll mind with mechanical sciences. So roll
Okay.
4 dice with advantage
Okay.
2. You're the magician.
Okay. Okay. So 2, 3, 4. And yeah, what he does is he's watching these things fly by, and he's calculating when one is going to sweep by and do its strafing run, because they're going to turn around and reload and come back. So he's waiting for it to fly by, and he's calculating where it's going to break off, and he's going to sling this thing out in front of it and basically just try to put this baseball-sized immovable thing right in the way of the plane and just have it break apart on it. And we'll see if it works. Boop. Well, that's not bad. Oh, I need to change earbuds. Hold on. This one just beeped at me.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, all successes, and it's a crit too.
Yeah, I was like, I don't
So
know
now-
if I want to re-roll the second die. I think
You don't have to. You don't have to. You're not required to re-roll the successes. All right. So.
An utterly ridiculous way to fight a plane, but again, he's just playing with what he knows and sort of showing off about it.
All right. So you throw this thing in the air with the battle sling. It's right in front of a biplane, and it absolutely just shreds the propeller of this biplane and just absolutely destroys the engine. First, it also destroys the weapon, but
Yeah.
you've destroyed the biplane. Unfortunately, the weapon doesn't break with the first biplane it breaks. It breaks on the second biplane. So you've taken down both these biplanes. You start falling to the ground, and we just see this look of smugness on Ryland's face. And then right behind him, the background is like the 2 airplanes crashing to the ground. And if this were like a film, this would probably be Ryland's character poster.
Again, like I said, ridiculous way to do this, but he's just trying to play with the thing that he's been working on, and I would like to count that as showing off just for the sake of showing off.
That is
'Cause
perfect.
It would be easier to shoot them down.
Yeah, that is really, really good. You got the magician archetype down pretty well. Aaron, what did your character do in the fight? Do you
During
take one
the-
of guns, or do you have one of your weapons as well?
Actually, like, Erin's running around the ship. Like, she is, anytime the ship gets hit, she's there, patching the hole. She knows more about Ryland and Rhyme's creations than any other person besides them. And so she's right there to fix it when it fails.
Wow, I need you to roll for that. So roll mind plus tinkering. Wow, another crit.
Fire tonight, Cass.
Right?
Everyone's dice are
I
on
want to
fire,
roll
and
with
I'm
this dice
stressed.
all the time.
Oh my god.
I'm
Why can't
stressed.
we always like By the way, I've had sessions where none of the dice ever succeed and it's just had terrible things, but hey guys, this is great. You guys are doing so well. You're totally going to save the world. It really looks like you're going to save the world.
Can't wait for me to keep up with this track record.
totally. This is totally. Everything's gonna go fine.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, just as a side note, this is one of the things I enjoy about One of Us Will Die, and after the fall on its own, even if we know what's going to happen, it's just really fun to play it through and just see how cruel fate is with everything. Erin looks like she's in several places at once. Like you know I don't know if this is the crowd for it, but if you've seen an anime series called Assassination Class,
Oh my god. Okay.
where
That's not
there's this character who moves at Mach 20 speeds, so he can actually be in multiple places at once. He just shifts into places really fast. That's kind of what Erin is doing. I mean, it's not literally, but it looks like she's doing that. Like, and then the biplanes are going down. One of the biplanes drops. Three boarders. Three boarders go on the ship, and Mira and Rhyme are next to each other as these boarders come on, and Rhyme gives Mira a look. He doesn't say anything. He just smiles. He's just thinking to himself, "These guys are like these guys. Picked
These
the
guys
wrong
are
ship to
idiots.
board."
These guys are total fucking idiots. I think Mira is just going to see these three on boarders and be like, "Oh, okay. Hey, do you want to hear a story? I'm really good at telling stories. Did you know that?" And I'm like loading up my gun. Once upon a fucking time, blam. There were three stupid onboarders who tried to take me and my friends down. Blam. And Mira is just running across this fucking ship as she's like shooting at these people. These three onboarders worked for a really stupid idiot who thought, let's destroy the entire world for an energy source that's just not as good as steam. Blam, another shot fired.
All right, I
And
need
so
you to
there
roll.
went
I need you to roll body plus firearms combat, and apply advantage 1
because of
because you are
intimidation?
intimidating them. Yes.
Okay.
So
I
the
also
role play is
have a
very important.
proficiency in intimidation.
Unfortunately, you only have one proficiency per roll.
That's fair.
But for those of you who are watching and for those of you who are playing this for the first time, that is why the role play is important. She would not have gotten that advantage 1 for intimidation if she was not role playing the intimidation. So,
And here I go.
Lume, roll 4
I'm
dice.
gonna roll successes too, guys. Watch this. Okay, we can reroll one of those. Hey, it's a 4, it's a 5 and a 6. Those are successes.
5 and a 6. Perfect. Oh right. Could you also reroll another one of the failures being assisted by an NPC?
Oh, here we go. I saw 5 for a split
Fine.
moment and it went back to 1.
Okay, so if Mira is good at moving in and out of cover, Rhyme is just straight up dodging the bullets.
Awesome. And yeah, Mira is just talking at these people, and at the end of it is basically saying, and when I see your idiot boss, I'm gonna shoot his fucking brains out. I'm gonna take back everything that guy took from us. And I shoot the last person down.
Okay. You shoot the last person. The second person you shot slowly gets up, aims his gun. He tries to shoot Rhyme, but Rhyme just runs over him, does this slow motion backflip over the guy, and when he's just right in the right position, he shoots and he finishes the job. 3 bodies hit the floor, and your airship is almost about to board.
I look at Rhyme as he finishes shooting that guy, and I go,
Well, thank you.
swear to God, I'm gonna take back everything.
All right.
We will have our justice, Ryan.
And then your airship is now in boarding distance. Now, because the three of you are badasses, as clearly shown by what you've just done, I would like each of you to describe how you board that ship.
Okay. Before you do, just need to clarify. I did think I think I hit monologue to your enemy of your coming revenge.
Yes,
I'm fucking coming.
And I think I also hit shock everyone with your competence or incompetence.
Ooh, really fun.
Competence, that's great.
Ah,
It's really fun. Like, I love it when the princess does that. Like, if you've seen The Last Airbender, like, you know, Toph, like, she's supposed to be
Oh,
like
no.
this blind rich girl, and then you find out then her parents find out she's not. She's actually incredibly good at earthbending. Like, that's kind of how the princess archetype works. So, I'm really glad you guys are enjoying your archetypes and you're really just playing them to the fullest of your ability. I know Joe said that he wanted to play all of them sometime, and I encourage you. I hope you get to play all the archetypes.
I'm hoping we'll definitely have to. We'll have to schedule some more games after this. I'm enjoying this a lot.
Oh,
Me too.
he's gonna have me over more.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. How does your character make his entrance onto the? Oh, sorry, on the flying fortress. It's not an airship.
As the ship pulls up as close as it can get, and we're ready to drop down. What Rylan has prepared for this, it actually he walks to the deck with what looks like just a stack of boards, and he just flings them over the side of the ship, and they stabilize and lock in place and actually form like floating wood plank. That's 10 steps down so that he can walk off the ship and then drop onto the airship.
Oh. I just realized at this point, I don't know if this was your intention, but Ryland's mastered quantum freezing. Or rather, that's what it looks like. He's just making his way through. The enemies are all in awe. The other area boarding. All right, Erin. How does Erin make her entrance onto the flying fortress? Onto the deck of the flying fortress.
For a moment, the ships pull apart, and she's just full on running to get off the loading dock or whatever. And at that moment, she's like, "Okay, hold on," and then jumps and pulls out this like handheld grappling hook that she's devised, and all the steam goes as she just Batman's across.
awesome.
Steam-powered grappling hook. Okay, Mira. How do you make your entrance? And because you are his best friend, how do you incorporate rhyme into it?
Oops. Somehow that something has flown off my screen. Give me just a moment here. Okay. I think as I step off of the ship with Rhyme right beside me, I'm like keeping a close eye as we step off of the ship. And I think out of the corner of my eye, I think I spot like someone hidden within the shadows, and they are about to shoot towards us. And I think at the same time Mira raises her gun and also shoots at them. Both shots fire. The person in the shadows goes down. And I barely dodge out of the way because Rhyme manages to pull me back just in time. And Rhyme chides me a little bit about it, saying that that was really reckless and I shouldn't have shot at him. But I look at Rhyme and say that I'm not ready to die without putting up a fight. I don't care. I either die fighting or I don't. And there is like fire in Mira's eyes as she says this to Rhyme, and Rhyme understands this. This is how Mira has always been. And then Mira keeps moving forward with Rhyme in tow. And I think that's survive out of pure spite.
I
I'm
guess
not
that's
fucking
survive out of
going
pure spite.
easy. I'm not going out easy.
Just pure spite. You rush through this guy's soldiers. You'll notice got like battalions of them. They have spears with Tesla coils attached to them. It's just absolute overkill. They will burn up a person the moment they get penetrated by one of these spearheads. So you basically make your way through this army, and you see it looking over his minions and standing at the head of this flying fortress. Across the battlefield, you see Thaddeus, that asshole, as he looks you guys over, and now you just need to carve your way through those guys and cut the head off the snake. The end of the battle is so close. Ryland, what do you do?
Assessing what's going on and seeing Thaddeus standing there with all of his people between us, this is exactly what he's expecting. We had all of our plans, we got here in force, but this is also what he's prepared for because he's an intelligent person as well. And it occurs to me, it's a break from the...
Oops.
Thaddeus is messing with his tech.
It occurs to me this is going to make the equations equal, so we have to insert a new variable. And I quickly tell Rhyme and hope that he's going to trust his older friend and say he's prepared for this, and this is going to be, we're going to be pushing at each other with maximum force. He was ready for this attack. You and Mira, you need to get around this while we do what he expects. We need to change this plan. And I know we don't like doing that, but you two need to be a variable that we weren't coming in with. Break off
All
and
right.
go around. Take your shot at it.
Mira's already cocking her, loading her revolver again, and she just looks at you confidently, Ryland, and she goes,
And I'm hoping
Got
to
it.
count that as a eureka moment. Go. Change your
"Ooh."
plans, but go.
And Mira darts off to the side.
Aaron is like very coyly peeling up a piece of the side panel of the fortress. And as she's like trying to get into like the inside panels and stuff so she can maybe figure out how this thing ticks and do her own kind of like sabotage, if you will, and maybe some slight component theft. She's like yelling out to the troops and going, "Remember, we fight for tomorrow. We fight for hope." That's it.
Oh, that's so classic princess.
That is so princess.
Okay.
And
You
yeah,
say
I'm
that? Yeah, of course.
gonna.
As Rhyme and
Right in the mirror.
as Rhyme and Mira make their way around, you find a passageway around the fortress, through some alleyways, through some places that only people as small as the two of you can move your way past. I'll always imagine like Rhyme and Mira quite small.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like not like children or anything, but like they're kind of skinny, so they kind of fit into places other
Yeah.
other people that wouldn't. So, yeah, they rush through, and eventually they find him. They are on his flank. Mira, now's your shot.
Sorry, could you repeat that last one? For some reason,
You
cut
are
out
on
my
his
end.
flank. You see him overlooking the battle. You have both your pistols. All you need to do is cut the head off the snake. This is the guy.
I raise my revolver and aim it towards his head. Do I have a clear shot?
You have a clear shot. You also have an opportunity to say something important.
Okay. Okay. I see Thaddeus from afar. And with my gun that Rhyme made for me, aimed at him, I look at him and I say, "Hey, dipshit! Can't wait to hear your fucking scream when I drop you off this fucking shit, idiot!" And I'm gonna blam.
You should have seen it. You should have noticed. You should have noticed his hair was not being blown by the wind. You should have noticed that
God.
the bits of his coat were not billowing as the flying ship went through. Imagine standing at the head of a large flying vessel, and it's as if there is no wind affecting you at all. It's almost as if you're not really there. Your bullet flies through the hologram, and behind you, somebody tackles Rhyme to the ground, and you see Thaddeus. Of course he wasn't going to take you head on. Of course he wasn't going to personally lead the entire army. He's not like you. He is a coward.
You bitch.
And as he and Rhyme roll down the deck, they get so close to the edge.
I'm just
You have
aiming
one
my
shot.
revolver. I'm trying to get a shot on Thaddeus, but there isn't. I can't find it. I can't find the gap where when I hit Thaddeus, I don't hit Rhyme. And it feels like eons. I'm just staring down the barrel of my gun as I try to aim the shot, but I can't find it, and I'm hesitating. For the first time ever, I am hesitating to shoot my shot.
Okay.
I think it's that obvious.
Unfortunately, that is a moment you remember for the rest of your life. You see both of them plummet off the ship. But Thaddeus is prepared. His jetpack carries him away. And all you can do is watch as Rhyme plummets through the ground. You can see that as gravity is just pulling him away from you, he is just looking into your eyes and he's saying something. You don't know what it is because he's just... And he's just... The further he gets, he's just screaming it, but his last words don't get to you.
I think at this point, I have... The moment I see Rhyme fall off the side of the ship, there's like a pause, and almost immediately after, I am running towards that side, and I think I've loosened my grip on my revolver, and it just flies away from me, from my good hand, and I am hovering over the side of the ship, trying to reach out for Rhyme. No revolver in hand at all, and I can't reach.
No
And
way,
I'm
he's
yelling
too
his
far.
name.
Rhyme, at his last act, he takes the staff that was given to him by Ryland. And he twists it, he makes something happen, and it's almost like a Rubik's Cube the way he manipulates it. And you see the Overlord's jetpack, you see one of his jets explode and he starts spiraling. That is why the next time you see him, if you ever see him again, he's going to have an eye patch and a bionic leg. Unfortunately, the plan goes exactly as it's supposed to be planned. And once the entire Rebel Alliance is on the floating fortress, the fortress itself explodes. It turns out he had another one. This is just one that he was going to sacrifice all
God.
just so that he could take the entire Alliance down with. Unlike you guys, the Overlord is not limited by things like sentiment, morals, the betterment of society. No, he just wants to win. You guys did everything right. But this guy's just an asshole. And immediately we find ourselves back in Stillbright several years later. And you are no longer on the road. As you were telling this story, somehow you all end back at the grave. And you're finished telling the story. And all you see right now is Frida absolutely unconsolable. And because Ryland failed his role a while ago, no, there is nothing you guys can. I feel like
Do you want the music changed back?
yes, change the music back, please.
So would that count for a failed spectacularly?
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Yes,
By the way,
yes,
Titus,
yeah,
question,
exactly.
I'm I'm assuming so, but I'm assuming the limit has been lifted.
Yes, the limit has been lifted. You can hit as many as you want.
All right.
That was stated.
Oh, I must have
Because it
missed
really feels like a spectacular failure.
it.
It is spectacular. You did not realize how devastated this woman was, and you told him about her, which is very characteristic of Ryland because his social skills are kind of crappy. But she needed to know. Eventually, you see Nathan, the mayor, approach you guys as you sit by the grave. And by this point, the grave is just absolute. I think Erin just wanted to give just wanted to give as much as she could to Rhyme.
Yeah. There's like a little eighth of the bottle that's left, at which she's kind of like taunting Marin with it a little. And she's like,
yeah.
if you, or Marin, sorry, my brain is all tired. But she's going, if you want it, you'll tie my shoe for me.
I'm not tying your. And then I look at the booze and I go, fuck. I told you before, the bunny goes in the hole. And she's like trying to remind you how to tie your own shoes. She's probably taught you before when Ryan was still around. And she does reluctantly tie your shoes and snatches the bottle from your hand. It's not fair that he gets all the fucking liquor. You're dead and I'm not. Fair. And there is like a tear that threatens to fall out of the corner of her eye, and she just tilts her head back as she downs the liquor in the bottle and is mentally just like, no, you don't get to cry. You don't get to fucking cry over him. And she finishes the bottle. Or she just sits at the foot of Rhyme's grave.
All right. As this happens,
Just watch Nathan.
Nathan arrives. He looks like he's got bad news.
What?
He tells
What
the,
does it-
he tells the four of you, I'm sorry, they're here.
Who is they?
You remember the bandit note that you found at the town of Stillbright is being targeted by bandits. Apparently their mayor knows access to this treasure that the bandits are after. But the thing is, that treasure is to feed the town, just to make sure it survives in these terrible times. The mayor turns to the four of you and he says, I'm so sorry, but they're here. They've made their demands. And he turns to Frida and he says, they have your daughter. They have Mira.
Fuck. Mira hears this and immediately because Mira hadn't been facing the mayor until he mentioned, well, Mira's name, and goes, what?
And Frida just turns to you, and it's the first words she's ever been able to say. She says, he says, my daughter, Mira. even after everything, even after losing, even after losing Rhyme, she still went forward with naming her daughter Mira, knowing that that's what Rhyme would have wanted her to be named.
And I think it's very visible when Mira is like tensing up.
And
Like her knuckle.
your characters don't see this. Your characters don't see this, but I'm saying this for the sake of the players to know. We see this montage flashback of baby Mira coming into the world and being born, being raised by a single mother. Her bedtime stories come from a textbook, but it's a textbook written for kids. It's called Cogs, Steam, and Everything You Need to Know by Ryland Sinclair. And we even see her putting jewelry in her hair, and while she's doing this, she's actually looking at a propaganda poster that has Princess Erin Hart as the subject of it, and just playing pretending her daughter is a princess, putting ribbons and shiny things in her. And a lot of these actually did belong to Erin that were just kept by Rhyme for safekeeping. And it's just like there's so much pain in these flashbacks because you see that despite Frida not forgiving the three of you, despite the fact that she is still resentful, she knows that Rhyme would want her to forgive. She knows that Rhyme would want her daughter growing up thinking that you guys were heroes, even if she herself does not. And despite his death, she just lives the rest of her life for him. And I guess I can't really make your character know that this happened, but you can feel it on the look of Frida's face when she hears the news that her daughter has been abducted. So what do you guys do?
Well, I can't make you forgive them, but I can bribe you to. How is a boon by the time this is over? We see it through, we rescue the girl, we prove that we're every bit as worthy of Rhyme's legacy in the process, and I will rebuild you your staff, Ryland, and Mira, 6 crates of that booze you like?
I think Mira's gaze is kind of like 1,000 yard stare right now, just looking at Rhyme's headstone. And I think Mira, her mouth moves to say something, but she doesn't. And she gets up and she says, 8 crates. And loads her revolver. And finally looks at Frida. I think she finally looks at Frida and says, I'm sorry. I'll bring her home.
And for just this one moment, she finally allows herself to break. She lunges forward and she wraps her arms around Mira. And she just bawls. Just absolutely bawls. The thing is, she was never given time to weep when she lost him. She had to raise the kid. She had to help the town. She had to do a lot of things that required doing, and none of it for herself. And it's only at that point where she finally becomes the grieving fiance.
Hmm. I think there's a moment where Mira doesn't return the hug. But then I think as Frida balls into Mira's arms, there's a moment where Mira's like, ah, they're kind of the same height, Rhyme and Frida. And there's a moment where her arms sort of lift up and she wraps them around Frida. But I think it's obvious that this is a little bit muscle memory and she's kind of hugging Frida like the way she used to hug Rhyme. And maybe this isn't as comforting for a comfort for Frida and more a selfish thing of like, well, whatever it feels like.
Thing.
Right.
Here's the funny thing about hugs, right? When you when there's somebody you hug regularly, you tend to like them because you tend to match the way that they hug you. So
Mhm.
when you hug her the way that you used to hug Ryan, what she isn't, she's not feeling that. What she's feeling is the way Rhyme used to hug.
This is cruel. This is sick and twisted and cruel. And Titus, I'm going to kill you. And then Mira pulls away from the hug very quickly and says, "Okay, that's enough sentimentality. I need to go kill a guy." and it's gonna stalk off, but she finally lets one tear fall, and she's very red in the face about it.
She turns to Ryland and she says, Are you going as well?
Entire town to fuck right off. But, and I look Mira right in the face, I can't. This needs to be done, and it will be done.
You still good at making plans, Ryland?
I've been preparing for this one for a while. What you and Aaron need to do is find the girl. Nathan, where are they at your estate? Where have they gathered?
They have a camp to the north. They're waiting for our response.
And you are supposed to bring them money?
I'm supposed to bring them money.
Let's
and
go
the
get the money.
directions to the town's treasure.
Oh, okay.
How much time did they give you?
A day.
Plenty of time. Why don't we go back to your place and you make us a wonderful, wonderful meal that might be our last?
Of course. He takes you back to his place and all right, Nathan takes you back to his place, and it's only at that point where you meet his wife, Astrid, who is currently cooking. Well, she knew that the four of you were going. Sorry, not the four. She knew three of you were going to be there, but you actually see Astrid, Nathan's wife, look at Aaron, and she turns to Nathan, and she goes, "Oh, is it her?"
Oh, awkward. Mira saying this out loud. She's a messy bitch.
And she immediately bows. She immediately bows, like very respectful. And she tells Erin, "It is such an honor to meet you. My husband has said so much about you, my princess."
He talks about her.
Nice to finally meet you, Astrid. I've heard equally good things about you. She eyes him and is like, like, while she's saying this to Astrid, she's looking at Nathan like, why didn't you prepare me for this?
Well, one, you were so avoidant of him from the beginning. So it's if you look at their house, it's a new house. Yeah, they were married within the last few years. Sometime after the fall, Nathan's family lost favor because of the new regime change and just decided to move to this town and become its mayor. And he realized that money and power and wealth wasn't what he wanted. He just wanted a peaceful life, and he had a growing up moment. He stopped chasing Erin, and he built a life for himself here. Note,
Oh,
I'm going to tell this to Cass, the player, just so you know. This does not remove your ability. Nathan still cares a lot about Erin because she was a big part of his past.
Oh man.
It might not be in the same way before. He might not be expecting the same things that he used to expect. But if she is in trouble, he will come.
Good to know.
As you have your last dinner, Nathan actually approaches Ryland with a box, and he says, "I've wanted to give you this for a very long time. I just didn't know how to contact you. With all the towns being separated from each other and courier service being..." He's trying to make electronic mail a thing. It'll never be a thing. It doesn't work.
That's an awful concept. And why would the man's a lunatic? What do you have in the box?
He gives you this box. The box is almost the same length as a staff.
I eye him suspiciously, and I set it on the table, and I open the box.
And you have your staff back. It's rusted, but it still works. Kind of like
How did you? This will help. Thank you.
He says,
What I do need for the rest of the evening is I need a workshop, all of the copper wire you spare, and pastry.
he doesn't even ask why that last thing is asked for. It will be done. He grants you a room. He grants you everything you need. He is the mayor. He has access to all of it.
Okay.
And we go to Erin. Erin, is there anything you want to do to prepare for before the sun rises?
Erin is doing some tinkering just to make sure everything is in working order, and She's got some steam grenades and, you know, the things that she needs to rescue a child.
Okay.
She even like has fashioned, because I'm imagining this is like a small child, like 2 to 3 years old. She has made one of those like things that mothers use to carry the baby in.
Aw. A baby
Oh,
carrier.
what is it called? A baby Bjorn?
Yeah, something like that. And she's like, she's gonna go, well, I can't carry an infant. Here you go, Mirren.
Me? I'm supposed to be shooting people. I don't think I'm supposed to carry a. And then I think you just forcefully put it on me and I go, shit.
Mira,
Look at these muscles that don't exist.
And I think for Mira would spend how much time Rylan is spending to tinker on the things, trying to get into practice of having to shoot while also carrying a baby Bjorn. I think she's just fully stuffed like melons into the baby Bjorn to like simulate the weight of an actual baby and go and it's just going blam 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 into just trees.
all right. As you're doing this, you also notice in the distance you hear gunshots, and when you follow them, Mira, you find out that Frida is shooting targets. Each bullet straight through the bullseye.
I look at Frida, and my revolver drops to my side for a moment, and I go, when?
He was always good at explaining things.
Huh. And then I without looking at one of the targets, aim and shoot, and it goes straight through the bullseye as well. And there's like a brief pause before Mira goes, best 3 out of 5.
She smiles, and once again, that's almost like your sister's again. But you notice the revolver she uses, it fits perfectly in her hand.
God damn it! This is
Yours does
sick
not.
and twisted.
All right, Ryland, the bandits' camp is a wooden palisade around a bunch of tents, with a large tent at the back on the other opposite side of the gate. What are you cooking up?
Are you familiar, out of character, are you familiar with the concept of, or the knowledge, do you know what memory metals are?
I know what memory metals are, yeah.
So, going to, using the cog magic, essentially make these balls of copper wire have that ability. So I'm going to just roll up a bunch of balls of copper wire that, when I choose to, will straighten out and connect to other things. And I'm going to make an entire satchel of those.
Wow. Okay, don't tell me what they do, because I kind of want. The sun rises, time passes. You are in front of the bandits' camp. The bandit leader.
I want to show up alone. I want those two to go in and find the child. I fully intend to try to draw everybody.
Okay, you show up alone.
I can
the
do.
other two go in the other way. But I must ask. Oh right, one of you guys. Actually, no. I'm not even gonna ask how you guys get over the wall, because I already know that Erin has a grappling hook. So you don't even have to
Nice.
roll for that. That is established in the story and is therefore canon for the rest of it. That's kind of how narrative games work. So, you guys make it over the palisade, and we see Ryland in front. The bandit leader and several bandits surround him. There are all these big, bully-bodied men with, you know, the kind who.
One of my destiny points to affect the narrative.
Ooh, of course. What do you spend? What do you spend it to do?
I want all of these guys to have similar weapons, those Tesla coil spears, and guys on the airship or the air fortress had
Okay.
armed with
They were
electrical
normally going
weapons.
to have. They were normally going to have regular spears, but now that Destiny will have Tesla. Before you say anything, I forgot to ask. Mira, did you let Frida go on the mission with you?
I was about to say before we jump over the palisade, I think Frida wanted to. I think Frida made it obvious. But I think after our little shooting match, I do pull Frida aside and I talk to Frida. Frida, you can't come with, you know that, right? Ryan would absolutely kill me if I let anything happen to you. I mean, it's bad enough. And I gesture to my baby born filled with watermelons. Come on, Frida. You're a good shot, but you're no me.
Okay. I need you to roll. It is only at this point where she says, "Okay, but you'll have to beat me in the next shooting contest for it." You begin to fire at new targets. Each of them is drawn to look at Thaddeus.
This is sick and twisted. This is sick
And
and twisted.
She will stay home if you win.
She says that, and I say no. When I win.
Roll 4 dice. You don't get advantage because there's no intimidation.
I mean, I don't know how to intimidate a woman as scary as Frida. Guys, grieving widows, some of the scariest women on earth. Do not mess, man.
Yeah, I was raised by one. That's crazy.
Oh, 6 and a 5.
She only has 3 words to say to you that she loses. She's really bitter that she lost. She's really upset that she lost. She's not a good loser. She wasn't even good at losing her husband. She says, "Just bring her back." Turns and leaves. She's not happy that she lost.
I think there's one remaining, like, that Thaddeus target on the tree. And I think Mira sees it. Raises her gun. And does like a perfect 3-shot. One in the left eye, one in the right eye, and one right in the dead center of his forehead. And Mira says, "She's as good as home." Holsters her revolver and is ready to head off to the Palisades.
By the way, before I move into Act 3, I just want to tell the 3 of you, thank you so much for telling me this story. I'm just an absolute sucker for Westerns. I am an absolute sucker for tragedy. And I am an absolute sucker for steampunk. Like, this is...
All your
This is
favorite
the
little
kind of-
things bundled in one shot.
this is the kind of story I love to run for players.
This has been great, but this has been an awesome night.
All right. Act 3. At any point in time, anybody can activate their role. When that happens, you get to narrate how your character dies in this particular story. It could be anyone. I'm really sad because I really like all your characters. That's the name of the game, and
Yeah,
that is
I was
what
gonna
we
say,
played up for.
We started the night knowing one of us will die.
Yeah.
This is true.
So Ryland, what do you tell the bandit leader? You've got everything with you. Your plans are in motion.
I let them all approach and everything, and they've got their spears pointed at me and whatnot, and they're trying to be menacing. And I just hold up the large satchel. It's supposed to have all the coins and everything in it, but actually has a bunch of coiled up copper balls. And I just tell them, the funny thing about power is it's usually based in knowledge. So somebody only really has power when others don't understand. The problem with holding on to that power is when people learn. The old ways may be gone, but the old gods stand here in front of you. And I just spill the copper out. Copper is magnetically attracted to their electric weapons, and as it hits, it extends and connects all of their weapons and just short circuits not only the weapons, but electrocutes a bunch of them.
Oh my god. I need you
Oh.
to roll mind with mechanical science advantage 2. So 4 dice advantage 2. And because that was amazing, I'm going to give you another advantage.
Okay. Yeah, fingers crossed. Oh, terrible. Okay,
Ooh.
so,
Reroll 3 of those dice.
Yep, reroll that guy. That guy.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I'll take 2.
Really good. Oh my god.
That is the power of the magician art.
Ryland has spent years since losing learning about this bullshit.
Immediately, the bandits are electrocuted, taking out the leader's second in command and his forces. The leader himself is still inside the palisade. As you make your way through,
That's okay. He's in a worse place than me because Mira and Aaron are in there.
Aaron and Mira, you sneak through the fortress. You get to the biggest tent, and you see little Mira. She's around 4 or 5 years old, and she's just curled up in a cage. And oh my god, she looks like the meme where the baby comes out and it looks exactly like the husband.
Oh my god. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah,
Baby looks just like
Oh.
Rhyme.
She's got Rhyme's mustache.
Wow, his genes were strong. Oh my god.
In fact, it was just extra painful for Frida to find out what this baby looked like because it looked exactly like Ryan. It has all of Frida's feminine features, but it looks like Ryan. It really looks like it.
Mira almost instantly is the cage locked? Like, are there a bunch of people there?
Yes, there's 2 guards, and
Yeah.
there's the leader. However, they hear the commotion outside, and they begin to rush.
I look at Aaron and I say, I know you don't like this, but you're gonna have to go be competent and go save a baby about it. and I'm going to.
What are you saying? You're the one with the baby, Bjorn. And not only that, we've established I can't carry a baby. I'm too weak. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, I'm better at this than you. And Aaron kind of just jumps out and goes, excuse me, I seem to have forgotten where I parked my airship. Oh, where are my keys? And she throws a grenade.
Okay.
I need
Okay,
you
and
to
Mira's
roll-
going in to go save the baby.
I need you to roll mind plus tinkering. Roll 4 dice.
Ooh, really
amazing.
good.
You fight these guys off. You fight these guys off. The guards are absolutely and completely distracted. Mira, you head to. I need you to roll. I need you to roll body to see if you can get to the cage silent enough. Roll 3 dice.
I have I have a proficiency in dodging. Would that help at all?
No, this is stealth.
Damn, 2 dice. Okay.
Does it help at all that there's this giant steam cloud from her grenades?
Ah, very good. Advantage 1.
Nice. Also, I forgot to
Narrative.
say, because I hadn't found the opportunity to, I did say the phrase I would utter when I meet my enemy. I'd like to add 1 to my body score. I'm full sending it.
Yes. So roll 4 dice.
4 with advantage. Got it. Give me just a moment here as I adjust this. There we go. 1 more dice. Oh, I'm going to need that. Oh gosh. Bad. Hey. Didn't get a single success.
Unfortunate.
In on that 3, like a sports camera.
The bandit leader.
It's just hey. Oh god.
This just
bandit
in,
leader.
Mira rolls a 3.
Oh,
Oh
no.
god. No.
The bandit
You're
leader
on full display.
reveals his hand on a kill switch. When his thumb is removed from the button on this detonator, you realize that a collar that the child is wearing has started to beep and blink.
Dead man switch. For a kid? That's your fucking play?
And yeah, you just see the kids start to cry because the beeping and the sound is just really distressing for him.
But do we have a good look at that guy's hand? Is it an actual metal hand or an organic?
It's an organic hand. This guy, he's not the Deus. He's just some guy with some tech. But he's threatening this town, and he's threatening your friend's family. And that makes him just as bad.
I look at Mira.
No, this is
Small
Act
and-
3.
Oh. Mhm.
So you can activate your role whenever you need.
I do.
So-
I look at Mira. I look at Mira and I say, "Hey Mira, I'm gonna play a game with you, okay? And I promise, it's one we're gonna win." I give Mira a wink. I activate my role.
I activate my roll.
All right.
Activate.
Everyone activates their role. All right. Step 1, activate your role. Step 2, now you're going to roll dice equal to the number of milestones that you have. However, those dice can be re-rolled using destiny points. So what you're going to do is you're going to wager amount of destiny points. Those destiny points are considered spent, but you may use those spent destiny points to re-roll dice on the re-roll. Here's the thing. If you re-roll the dice you must take the reroll even if it is less. So it's always a gamble. Unless you're rerolling a 1, in which case there's no gamble. All right. I would like everyone to type down in chat how many destiny points you will reroll. How many destiny points you're gonna wait. Only do it when I press enter. Let's just use the chat.
The
You want
Twitch
it-
chat? Because I can't use this chat specifically. I
Yeah,
think.
same.
Oh,
Let's do it in the Twitch chat. For the Twitch chat. Hey chat, you get
oh
to
really?
look.
Okay. You don't want to use the Discord one?
Oh,
Oh,
I
we can
can't
use the-
see this one. The stream, the chat that's attached to this call, I can't access it, or I can't see messages.
We
So-
can
wait,
send
what
it
about
through
the
our private chat that we
Yeah. What
had.
about the Discord private chat that we've been using?
Oh, that's true. We could use that one.
Yeah, let's use that one.
forgot. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Oh my God! You guys really want to do that?
Israel, how much is Rylan wagering? Okay.
All right. No, letting you guys know. You can only re-roll a die. So if you are wagering 5 destiny points, hopefully you have 5 milestones. Hopefully you have 5 dice to roll. Otherwise, you can see there. Just stating. All right. Now we're all going to roll on Owlbear at the same time. So everyone, pick up the die roller and click on the D6 as many times as you have milestone.
Okay.
And we will all roll at the same time when I say go. Are you all
Okay.
ready?
I'm
Yeah.
nervous.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
What a horrible roll.
Oh my God.
That is the most devastating amount of ones I've ever seen.
That is
Oh
insane.
my
Oh my
goodness.
God. Wow. All right. So re-roll as many dice. Oh no, bring it back. Bring
What?
it back.
What are the other totals?
Okay.
Remember, you can only re-roll the dice once. All right.
Oops, I've opened up a different tab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think re-rolling. We've already spent the destiny points,
Yeah.
right?
That's it.
All right,
That's
let's
it.
just
All right.
see what.
All right, Cassie, could you please put the background music back on what it was previously?
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
my
Much better with the
apologies.
re-roll.
Nope,
I don't know where
that's
that
not
puts
it. I like you, little V, but
Unfortunately, it's the
Oh my
wrong kind of
God.
punk.
Wait,
Okay, well.
Rylan,
I-
how
I
many did
have-
you? Wow.
I re-rolled 3 dice because I spent 3.
You re-rolled 3 dice and then you got 23. That's
That's
insane.
crazy.
6, 6, and 5 on the re-roll.
Guys, I need
That's
to roll like
freaking
crazy
insane.
here. I need to roll like crazy. Here, wish me luck. I'm gonna re-roll the
Okay,
2 ones.
re-roll your dice, Mommy.
Okay.
The other one, come
What you
on.
got?
22.
22. Okay, here we go. Rylan.
Mhm.
You've made it through the entire story. You've watched your co-players go. So, who do you think the mark is?
I think the mark. I kept notes, but let me. I think the mark is Aaron.
You think the mark is Aaron?
I do, and I actually also think that Mira's a traitor.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing the mark's the only thing, but Aaron,
Gotcha.
are you the mark?
Aaron?
Oh, Aaron. Aaron?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No,
Uh,
I'm
not the mark.
Not the mark? Okay.
not the mark.
Not the
Not
mark.
the mark.
All right, here's the thing. Mume, how many destiny points do you have right now that you haven't wagered?
1.
Okay. Cassie, how many destiny points do you have that you haven't wagered?
0.
Because Mume has more destiny points, Mume gets to activate first. Mume, who is the mark?
The M in Mume stands for Mark. Hey!
So that's kind of how the game goes. Joe already revealed he wasn't the mark. And Erin revealed that she wasn't the mark, was ruled out. So because of that, the mark gets to narrate the scene.
Perfect.
And once again, Mume has betrayed us all. And so let us know how you save this kid and why Mira does not get to be the one that delivers her to her mother.
I think after Mira says, let's play a game, and I promise that we'll win, she knows in her heart of hearts she is lying. There's only going to be one winner in this scenario, and it is unfortunately little Mira. Little Mira, who looks so much like Ryan. Eyes so big, full of wonder, as Mira charges towards this man with the dead man switch and is so careful to make sure that when she charges into this guy, she has a free hand to perfectly place over that same switch as she uses the butt of her revolver to knock this guy out cold and into a corner. And there she stands with this dead man switch in hand. She, with her other hand, uses the revolver to shoot open the cage. Goes in to give little Mira a hug, tell her that it's going to be okay, and does her best to release the collar on little Mira's neck and sort of puts it around her own wrist like a bracelet. She tells little Mira to go find a pretty lady with a cool grappling hook, and that the game continues when she finds the princess, and that they have to go find the man with the plan, and that once they do, that's how they win. And she watches little Mira run off to go find the princess. And she has to go finish the job. She goes deeper and deeper into the camp and finds herself a nice spot somewhere where the blast would do as much damage as it possibly can to the rest of the bandits, but far away enough that it won't bring any harm to the rest of her group. She looks at the shitty little revolver in her hand, the one that's been working just fine for her, but it never quite felt the same as Rhyme. And she holsters it, and she just sits in the middle of this, I want to say, damp, lonely camp, and thinks to herself, I wish I had a bottle of booze to go with this. And she lets loose the switch, and there is a boom that stirs from within the camp. And I think at this point, little Mira has found the princess and has managed to get away. They found the man with the plan, and they watch as the camp explodes from further in. And they know what it means. And I think deep down they all knew that, I mean, it's Mira. If there was any way she was gonna go out, it would have been with a bang. And I think little Mira watches the camp go up in flames and doesn't quite understand what's happening really. She's honestly a little excited. The explosions are cool. Blowing up stuff is cool. As she is walked home hand in hand with the pretty princess and the man with the plan, towards Steel Bright, towards home, towards her mom. And she thinks about how in the future she wants to be just like them, heroes. And that's how it ends.
Yeah, fortunately, the those explosives had a timed switch that made it impossible for her to dispose of it without putting her party mates or the child in danger. So she did the one thing she could do to ensure everybody else's survival. Now, this is how this particular, and everybody in the party has a future. As in One of Us Will Die fashion, Mume, the epilogue is yours because your character does not have a future. So please tell us what happens to Stillbright. Please tell us what happens to Frida and Little Mira. And of course, please walk us through what eventually happens to Ryland and Aaron.
I think Steel Bright over the next year begins fighting back. Nathan, with Mira's sacrifice, is finally inspired to finally pick up arms and start pushing back against the man who's sort of ruined everyone's lives. Frida and little Mira reunite, and little Mira is excited to tell Frida about the short-haired lady who was really good with a gun. And Frida tells little Mira all these stories about how the lady with a gun was her dad's best friend, and basically all these tales of adventures that Ryland and Aaron and Rhyme and Mira went on, and continues to inspire and also later on train little Mira to become a sharpshooter herself. Aaron is still Aaron, sweet little princess, running around, still making these wonderful inventions, whether they are fun little trinkets to bring joy to the people, or dangerous, even more dangerous bombs that are honestly a little bit concerning to society. But that's for future legislation to decide about. And Ryland, oh Ryland, who found his voice again, continues to make all of his wonderful inventions and goes town to town with Aaron to further inspire people to push back, to remember who they were, to remember what we're fighting for and who we're fighting against. And this all culminates 10 years later, little Mira standing at the edge of a zeppelin, flying towards the floating fortress of Thaddeus. A gun in her hand, made perfectly for her by Ryland, encrusted with jewels bestowed by Aaron. Standing beside her are maybe two other adventurers, and behind them standing are Aaron and Ryland. As they fly forth into the fray, and this time, one of them will die, and their name is Thaddeus.
All right, and that's one of us will die after the fall. For those of you who are playing for the first time, how did you enjoy the system?
I enjoyed it quite a bit. I like this game a lot. I am being told by chat that we can use our remaining destiny points to add to the fight.
That's
That's right.
right.
Yes, you can. You can use your remaining destiny to add to the epilogue. Is there anything you guys would like to add?
I have 2 points, and yeah, I'd like to use them. There's a small cutscene of Ryland dressed down and not flamboyantly, dressed to be discreet and overlooked, walking through one of the cities powered by electricity and Tesla coils everywhere and bright incandescent lights, horribly bright colored blue and purple tube lighting everywhere, and just disgusted by all of it. And he's there to test something. He's been working on something, and he finds himself in front of a large power generator, and out of a satchel he pulls a large copper cogwork ball about the size of a basketball. And he's here to test to see if it works. He's built a device that uses electricity to spin these cogs. The cogs require power to use, and the more power you put into them, the more resistance they generate, meaning it requires more power to continue moving in sort of an exponential expansion as the ball opens and spins out, sort of like a transmission. So as the thing opens up and spins and all the gears start turning, it just requires more and more power. And he needs to test this as a weapon to be able to shut down all of this electrical power that's being used to change the world. And he has found himself in front of one of these Tesla power generators, lightning arcing everywhere and whatnot. And from just as far back as he needs to be to stand to be safe, he rolls the copper ball and watches as one power strike hits it, and it starts to turn and open a little bit, and it gets a little bigger and it magnetizes a little bit and rolls forward. And as more and more power starts to hit this, it drains power from the entire power generator and turns into this thing that is basically just a huge electricity sink. As the more power it gets, the more resistance it builds to being spun more. And there is a small blackout across this entire town. Everything goes quiet, everything goes dark, and there's just one voice in the darkness that says, "That'll do." So he has a new weapon.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
Cassie, just because I don't want to leave, I don't want to leave the
Can I give Cassie
princess,
my one destiny point?
without
Can
a voice.
I use my destiny point to let Cassie narrate a part of the
Okay.
finale?
Okay, you use your destiny point to grant Cassie her own addition to the finale. What would you like to add to the Cassie?
And so we fade to a image of Erin with her hair down, looking a little older, and some gray mixed in, and she's wearing less regal clothes, more browns and grays and things like somebody of the village would wear. And she's sitting down with a younger generation of steam-powered heroes. And she takes off the goggles that she recovered some time ago and puts them on one of the young kids' head. And as fades to darkness, her bright blue eyes flash against the dark. And you hear an older Aaron say, "But what comes next is a story for another time."
Oh, that's great. Okay, I like that one.
And she
Okay,
closes
guys.
a book.
Wow. So that was your adventure. That's after the fall. So what happened is, Joe told me that his community likes role play and improv storytelling. I picked After the Fall is one of my favorites for this sort of thing. It's about grief, but more than anything, it's about failure. And it's really just something that it's really just a little thing that I wrote to remind people that you can fuck up big time. You can really, really fuck up big time.
Yeah.
But it's what you do after you fuck up that separates you from being somebody who is in control and somebody who is not. And what separates a normal person from being a hero. It's not about saving the world. It's what you do when things aren't saved. So yeah, I'm giving the floor back to Joe. Thank you so much for telling me that story. For all of you watching, One of Us Will Die is so fun to run games for because the players make up most of the drama. So like a lot of the time I was kind of reading out dialogue from the scenario chips because that's kind of how I like to DM. I love it when my players tell me these crazy tragic stories of heroism and adventure, and this was fun. This was really fun. So yeah, the floor is yours again, Joe.
I had a great time, Titus. Thank you for not only sharing your game, but directing this story for us. Kathy, I always love gaming with you. Mume, it was wonderful meeting you and getting to game with you. I
Thank
had
you so
a
much
lot
for
of fun.
inviting me. This was so
I
much
have-
fun.
I have so many games that we love to rotate through and whatnot, but honestly, lots of the folks that I usually game with are not super keen on the narrative and improv type games. So this was a really rare treat for me, and I love this. I like this a lot. I have been putting the link for the pre-order. Like I have been commenting, this game did just close on Kickstarter and successfully fund. It successfully funded in just a couple hours. But it is still in pre-order and is working toward fulfillment. If you liked this or have friends that would enjoy this, even improv or game night folks that aren't role players or whatnot, this is a really obviously approachable game, and it's I had a great time. What you made, Titus, I adore this game. I like this game a lot.
You're muted, Titus. Titus, you're muted.
I was muted. I'm really, really glad that you really just letting everybody know not all the scenarios are like this. We have Embers of War where you're soldiers on the field of battle. We have Dead Harvest where it's a farming sim, but one of you still dies.
Horrible.
It's
accident.
horrible. It's horrible. Like it's so cozy. Everyone's having
Evil
something-
Stardew Valley.
It's evil. Like, and
Somebody
we
falls into
also
the
have
combat.
we also have this is a favorite. This is a fan favorite. Labyrinth, where it's a dungeon crawl, where you are trying to survive in this procedurally generated dungeon. It's very much D&D, and there's a lot. There's Night of the Aswang, where it's kind of like werewolf. You're stuck in a cabin, and one of you is not who they say they are. We also have Murder Mystery with Wrath of the Tikbalang. Like I could say all the scenarios here, but it'll take too long. But like yeah. We have so many scenarios. The book has 16 one-shots and 3 campaigns to play through. How many RPG core books can you say has 3 campaigns and 16 one-shot scenarios? We are very proud of. So, thank you so much for watching, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me and letting me play with you guys. This has been a total honor on my end.
Glad we got the crew together that we did. I had a great time. We're definitely gonna, as soon as we're off stream, we're gonna talk about doing this. All right.
Oh yes,
So
please. I
I'm
would
going
love to hear
to
them.
kick over. I'm actually going to go see if there's anybody we know still streaming that we can raid. But thank you to everybody who watched. We hope you guys had at least a little bit as much of the fun as much fun as we did. I had a great time. Check out the pre-order for it, and yeah, look for this one again. We may or may not stream it, but I definitely play it again. And I don't know that I have anything else to plug, so I'm going to go kick over to stream ending and see if there's anybody that we know to raid.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for having me.
This was
Always,
cool.
Cass. We love having